climate funds of its type in the world, now active in 19 markets in the EU periphery, surpassing €1 billion in assets and celebrating 15 years of impeccable impact. We finance more than €2 billion of energy efficiency, resource efficiency, and renewable energy investments that support households, businesses, and infrastructure projects to cut emissions and build modern, resilient energy systems. Today's conference is titled Climate Risks and Financial Stability, Navigating Today's Challenges and Tomorrow's Opportunities. I think I've spoken sufficient of challenges. Now let me talk opportunity. North Macedonia is a cornerstone market for our fund. Last year, we inaugurated North Macedonia's first ever private wind farm in the village of Bogoslovec, which was also our first equity investment. And we practice what we preached. We assessed the project's vulnerability to climate risk. The high-level findings? Well, dry conditions could weaken turbines' foundations. So, what did we do? We reinforced them, strengthening the foundations of the projects, literally, and of our investments. More recently, we are playing a leading role in transforming the Oslomay coal mine project in the country into one of the largest solar power plants in the region. This project, in my mind at least, is like no other powerful symbol of North Macedonia's energy transition. Here I applaud not only the vision of the government in leading this flagship redevelopment, but also in enabling the private sector to play a leading role. As you can see from today's conference agenda, our commitment to North Macedonia does not end at financial close. We believe we all have a broader role to help shape a greener, more resilient financial sector and accelerate the fight against climate change. Our partnership today with the governor and his team is part of this strategy, which has in the past included supporting the National Bank of Georgia to develop a robust localized taxonomy of sustainable activities and partnering in Armenia with the regulator to design and publish a sustainability roadmap for the country's financial sector. And I see this not as academic exercise in isolation, but rather as influential policy decisions that have already begun to channel capital towards needed green finance. Allow me to finish by noting that financial regulators are by definition not in the business of being exciting. So I suggest we make a change today. These are exciting times for us, and I look forward to our discussions today as we are part of a once-in-a-generation opportunity to reshape the way the financial sector manages risks and channels capital towards a Paris-aligned future. We believe firmly in the power of the financial sector to be the engine of this transformation, especially when it's guided by capable and forward-looking leaders. And with that, it's my honor to
Лидери со визија. Затоа му посакувам на гувернерот Славевски добри дојде на сцената. Господине Костадинов, ви благодарам многу за љубезните зборови и за професионалната организација заедно со нас на оваа конференција. Добро утро, дами и господа. Чест ми е да ви посакам добри дојде на оваа конференција организирана од Народната банка во соработка со Green for Growth Fund. Денешниот фокус ни е климата и ризиците за животната средина во област која што може не влегува во традиционалниот опсек на банкарството. Меѓутоа, се повеќе ги минува нашите основни надлежности. Ризиците поврзани со климата веќе ги влијаат врз економските и финансиските системи. Физичките ризици како поплави, пожари и топлотни бранови влијаат врз производството, инфраструктурата и се товар за јавните финансии. Овие ризици ги обликуваат бизнис моделите и очекувањата на пазарите со цел пониски јаглеродни емисии. Овие нови стратегии влијаат врз одлуките за инвестирање, квалитетот на кредити и проценките на средствата и капиталите. Овие ризици веќе не може да се сметаат како надворешни фактори. Тие имаат директни последици за стабилност на цените и финансиската стабилност и затоа мора да бидат вградени во нашите аналитички и супервизорски рамки. Мрежата за позеленување на финансискиот систем како декларација, дел од КОП-30 во Бразил претходно овој месец, ги нагласува се поголемите макроекономски и финансиски ризици поврзани со одложени климатски дејствија. Во оваа одлука 136 централни банки и супервизори заедно со 23 наблюдувачи предупредува дека тригодишното одложување на климатските акции можат да и повеќе од тоа да ги удвојат овие традиционални трошоци на глобалните БДП се до 2030 година. Декларацијата исто така ги предупредува финансиските институции да ги интегрираат финансиските ризици во своите стратегии со користење анализи и развивање планови за транзиции. Иако климатските ризици традиционално не биле дел во рамките за ризици на банките, тие може да се преточат во материјални финансиски ризици. Затоа, централните банки во скорешни години игра водечка улога во помагање на банките да ги идентификуваат, мерат и управуваат ризиците поврзани со климата во рамките на своите стратегии и билансни состојби. Тоа не значи дека централните банки преземаат одговорност за климатските политики, ниту значи дека ги заменуваат глобалните поставувачи на стандарди. Надлежностите се јасни, да се заштитат цените и финансиската стабилност, што се цели што се повеќе се засегнати од настаните и случувањата во животната средина. Малку ќе ја начнам регулаторната димензија, која што е во сршта на денешната дискусија. Европскиот пристап честопати е референтна точка за нашиот регион и тој следи еден зацртан пат. Регулаторите издадоа насоки, препораки и очекувања на супервизори во кои се наведува како банките треба да ги идентификуваат, мерат, управуваат и да известуваат за климатските ризици. Потоа, банките треба да направат самопроценки, да изготват акциски планови и да ги следат циклусите за супервизорски фидбек. Овие активности значително ги зајакнаа практиките за управување со ризици. Во 2022 година 1/4 од европските банки нема управување со климатски ризици. И ова веќе падна на само 5% до крајот на 2024 година. Во истиот период, овие банки покажаа водечки практики во некои области и тој процент се зголеми на 56%. Овој мек пристап сега веќе е преиначен во задолжителни регулативи во еден пакет кој што ќе стапи на сила во 2026 година. Тој предвидува зајакнати барања и услови за управување со овие ризици со цел подобри планови за транзиција. Супервизорите исто така ги внесуваат климатските аспекти во своите методологии. Ажирирањата на ревизијата на супервизорите, вклучувајќи и ЕЦГ ризиците во рамки на проценките на бизнис капиталите, финансирањето и ликвидноста. Значајната проценка бара мерење на климатските ризици преку анализи и стрес тестови. Затоа, многу централни банки бараат од банките да изградат капацитети за тестирање на вакви климатски стресови и истовремено применувајќи активности од горе надолу поврзани со климатска одржливост. Истовремено, ЕУ работи на упростување на известувањето за овие активности со цел поедноставување на регулативите и долгорочната конкурентност. Како што нагласи Европската централна банка, предизвикот е да се задржат економските и финансиски придобивки од известувањето за одржливост, истовремено осигурувајќи се дека имаме сразмерни рамки. Нашиот пристап кон климатските ризици е усогласен со добрите меѓународни практики. Усвоивме среднорочен план за климатски акции за промени, каде што се утврдува јасна, структурирана рамка во клучни функционални области. Нашите насоки или главни водилки во оваа насока зацртуваат јасни супервизорски активности во врска со банките и процеси на управување со ризици. Трифазниот пристап, самопроценка, планирање на акции и воспоставување диалог, со тоа воспоставуваме јасен пат и диалог со банките да ги зајакнат своите практики. Ги зајакнавме и регулативите за кредитни ризици, како и нови услови или барања за известување и интегриравме проценки на ризици во годишниот извештај за финансиска стабилност. Сегашните приоритети ни се усвојување и подобрување на сценарија и стрес тестови, како и рафинирање на нашата супервизорна рамка со цел подобро опфаќање на климатските ризици. Ова останува тековен ризик, како за банки, така и за регулатори. И затоа воведовме една зелена контролна табла или green dashboard за следење на овој процес. Исто така, воведовме и еден пристап, односно истражување базирано на анкети, каде што се покажа значителни пропусти. Мал процент на компаниите имаат формални климатски стратегии, а уште помал број немаат се уште значајни ефекти од нивните стратегии за климатски промени. Конкретни ризици во поврзани со земјоделство, производство и рударство покажуваат дека овие активности имаат ограничени ефекти. Свесноста за климатски ризици генерално гледано се подобрува кај регулаторите и во банкарскиот систем. Силни заеднички напори ќе ни помогнат да се осигуриме дека финансискиот систем е отпорен и е способен да ја поддржи транзицијата кон позелена економија. Глобалниот финансиски јаз е голем и има широк консензус дека приватниот сектор мора да има водечка улога. Според анализите на ММФ, приватниот уделот на приватните финансии во новите пазари и економиите во развој мора да се покачи од 40 на 90% до 2030 година. Со тоа се нагласува потребата за координирано действување од страна на владите, меѓународните институции и домашните финансиски системи. Да нагласам за крај дека централните банки и финансискиот сектор не се првиот фронт на одбрана против климатски промени. Меѓутоа, климатските ризици влијаат врз нашите надлежности и се дел од обликувањето на финансиските институции. Затоа, од суштинска важност е да продолжиме да ја унапредуваме нашата работа, особено во овие предизвикувачки времиња, а не да се повлечеме. Им благодарам на сите учесници за нивниот придонес со вашата експертиза и увид. Ви посакувам продуктивна конференција и значајни дискусии кои што ќе го поддржат напредокот во оваа важна област. Ви благодарам.
Thank you, Governor Slaveski.
Ви благодарам, гувернера Славески. Дами и господа, почитувани гости, сега имаме честа да и посакаме добри дена на господја Сабине Модерер, која што е председавач на NGFS и првиот гувернер на Deutsche Bundesbank. Господја Модерер не беше во можност да биде тука лично, меѓутоа својот говор ќе ни го соопшти преку видеопорака. Да го погледнеме. Почитувани дами и господа, навистина ми е чест што сум дел од оваа конференција за климатски ризици и финансиска стабилност и покрај тоа што сум присутна само виртуелно. Овој настан ја нагласува споделената заложба на сите финансиски институции во широм светот за решавање, односно справување со климатските промени во оваа смисла. Исто така и голема можност за колеги од истиот регион да разменат идеи, подлагото навлезат во заедничките предизвици и да разгледаат можни заеднички решенија. Климатските промени влијаат на нашата работа на многу начини. Климатските ризици може да имаат директни последици за стабилноста на цените, финансиската стабилност и економскиот раст. Например, физичките ризици може да ги прекинат или нарушат овие синџири и да доведат до притисоци поради неможност за исплаќање заеми. Топлотните ранови, поплавите и пожарите, како пример, веќе чинат милиарди долари годишно. Само во Северна Македонија, Светската банка проценува дека екстремните временски настани предизвикале загуби во вредност од над 650 милиони американски долари во изминатите 20 години. Истовремено, преодот на економија со ниски аглеродни емисии има своји предизвици. Логичните промени или политички мерки, како што се цените на јаглеродни производи или регулирање на емисии, може да создадат ризици и за финансиските институции. Наша задача е, како супервизори, да се осигуриме дека финансиските институции преземаат соодветни активности, за да ги разберат и да се справат како со физичките, така и со транзицијските ризици. Многу централни банки веќе интегрираат климатски ризици во финансиската супервизија и макропруденцијалните политики. Истовремено бараат од банките да ги зајакнат своите модели и рамки за климатски ризици. Во Европа, неколку централни банки, вклучително ЕЦБ, Бундесбанк и Банката на Англија, меѓу други, веќе имаат климатски стрес тестови со цел подобро разбирање како климатските ризици може да влијаат врз финансиската стабилност. Овие напори ни помагаат да развиеме подобро разбирање на еден посистематски пристап кон проценка на климатските ризици и действување согласно со тоа. Клучна алатка во оваа работа е користењето климатски сценарија, а мрежата за позеленување на финансискиот систем, што може би вие веќе познат како NGFS, разви сет на долгорочни сценарија со кои подобро ќе ги разбереме потенцијалните економски ефекти од климатските промени се до 2050 година. Постојано ги ажурираме и подобруваме овие сценарија со цел да ги вклучиме новостите за подобро да ги задоволиме потребите на нашата заедница. Оние кои работиме на супервизија и анализа на финансиска стабилност, општо ни требаат информации за тоа како ризиците може да се материализираат во еден пократок временски период, хоризонтот најчесто 3 до 5 години. Како одговор на оваа потреба, NGFS се објави краткорочни сценарија некаде на почетокот на оваа година. Овие сценарија имаат за цел подобра краткорочна проценка на климатските ризици. Например, овие сценарија покажуваат како различните можни патеки на ниво на земја за ниво на јаглеродни производи во текот на следните 5 години може да влијаат врз веројатноста за неисполнување на кредитните обврски. Тука покажуваат, овие сценарија покажуваат дека климатските активности чинат не само долгорочно, туку и краткорочно. Одложувањето на оваа транзиција за период од 3 години би можела да го чини светот, речиси 1% од БДП-то до 2030 година. Ваквите увиди може да им помогнат на компаниите и на инвеститорите подобро да ги разберат и да управуваат со климатските ризици. Меѓутоа, ефективната проценка на климатски ризици честопати е попречена од недостатоци на податоци. Сигурни и сеопфатни податоци се суштински важни за точна анализа и информирани одлуки. Зајакнато собирање на податоци и транспарентност се суштински важни. Барањата за обелодонување информации исто така играат клучна улога со цел доследни информации за изложеноста на различните актери во овој процес. Затоа, мило ми е што гледам дека денешната агенда вклучува и дискусија како за обелодонување информации, така и транспарентност. Ако гледаме кон еднината, вистина е дека глобалната работа за климатски промени навистина има своји победи. Меѓутоа, ризиците од климатските промени нема туку така да исчезнат. Како централни банки имаме одговорност да ја разбереме оваа комплексна игра или поставеност помеѓу климатските ризици, централните банки и финансиската стабилност. Нашето разбирање на овие сложени врски е суштински важно за дизајнирање ефективни политики кои што ја штитат стабилноста на нашиот финансиски систем. Да продолжиме да играме силни улоги во зајакнување на отпорноста на финансискиот систем наспроти климатските ризици. Соработка помеѓу централните банки и супервизорите и натаму е суштинска, како што соработуваме заедно за разрешување на овој глобален предизвик. NGFS служи како витална платформа за размена на идеи и споделување на најдобри практики. Регионалните размени на искуства, како што ја имате оваа денес, се надополнување и збогатување на нашите меѓународни дискусии. И ви посакувам продуктивна дискусија и вредни информации и навистина со нетрпение очекувам понатамошно да соработуваме заедно. Ви благодарам.
With the introductory part,
Со завршувањето на воведниот дел од денешната конференција, веќе преуѓаме на програмата за конференцијата. Првата сесија ќе отвори, која што гласи супервизорски пристап на климатските ризици, ќе ги повикаме панелистите да дојдат на сцената. На оваа сесија модераторот господинот Фонтан ќе даде краток осврт на сегашната состојба на супервизорски практики во областа на климатски ризици во регионот и потенцијалната еволуција во еднината. Потоа ќе продолжиме со панел дискусијата со нашите ценети гости. Ви благодарам.
particularly the National
Особено Народната банка на Северна Македонија, а исто така и фондот Green for Growth, за нивната покана да бидам модератор на овој навистина важен панел за микропотенцијалните пристапи кон супервизијата на климатските ризици. Идејата за панелот е да изразиме кои се главните предизвици со кои супервизорите, меѓу кои централните банки и други институции во регионот на Западен Балкан, со кои се соочуваат при справување со овие ризици. И исто така да се осигуриме дека овие ризици се добро управувани од финансиските институции, чии што предмет на супервизија се тие. Ќе кажам дека имаме навистина сеупфатен панел на клучни актери во регионот, меѓу кои е Милот Какај, кој што всушност е вице-гувернер на Централната банка на Република Косово. Исто така го имаме господинот Гипсон, што е директорот на супервизискиот директорат на Банката на Грција. Исто така го имаме Герон Зиу, кој што е шеф на оделението за супервизија на кредитни ризици на Банката на Албанија. Никола Башановиќ, кој што е шеф на директоратот за лиценцирање, одобренија, мирки и усогласеност од Централната банка на Црна Гора. Аднан Мушамиќ, кој што е експерт во секторот за финансиска стабилност на Централната банка на Босна и Херцеговина, и Викторија Глигурова, што е генерален директор на секторот за супервизија во Народната банка на Република Северна Македонија. Структурата на овој панел, всушност, би било со тоа што ќе дадам една рамка на дебатата и потоа ќе отпочнеме со дискусијата. Навраќај се, односно осврнувајќи се на следовите зад мене, би сакал да нагласам некои клучни карактеристики кои што супервизорите и централните банки во Западен Балкан со кои се соочуваат сега во моментов. Ќе кажам дека како централните банки, така и супервизорските организации остваруваат огромни напредоци во оваа област. И преку нагласувањето на климатските ризици, несумнено дека тие стануваат катализатори за развојните настани, да речеме, на двете страни на зеленото финансирање. Например, кој е одржливиот пазар за финансирање, како и практиките за управување со климатски ризици И двата овие аспекти се поттикнувани од страна на централните банки. Може да кажеме дека овие земји од Западен Балкан, особено и банкарските пазари, во секој еден од нив постои еден вид дуален пазар, каде што некои банки кои што се субвенционирани од банките на Европската Унија, кои што се подружници на банките на Европска Унија, имаат зголемени капацитети за развивање на рамката. Меѓутоа, има и, да кажеме, некои домашни банки кои што немаат ваков луксус и можеби имаат помалку опции или ресурси достапни за развивање на овие рамки. Тоа може да има своји последици во повеќето земји од Западен Балкан и би рекол дека тоа е еден вид на одраз на стратегијата на овој пазар. Исто така би кажал дека централните банки и супервизорските организации во областа развиваат рамки некогаш и покрај тоа што има некои недостатоци во институционалниот дизајн, особено во поглед на пазарот на одржливо финансирање. Оно што сакам да кажам е дека најчесто зелената таксономија не е стапена на сила. И исто така најчесто нефинансиските корпорации во земјите не се соочени со задолжителни услови за обелоденување информации во финансиското извештување за нивните планови за транзиција или управување со климатските ризици. Ова навистина ги намалува опциите на банките да добијат квалитетни податоци за интегрирање во бизнисот. Овој материјал покажува и наоди од настаните во однос на етикетирање на енергетската ефикасност за објектите, за градижните објекти, кои што се клучни за вградување на климатските ризици во однос на издавање кредити при хипотекарни кредити. Како што беше претходно кажано од гувернерот во неговиот воведен говор, исто така можно е да има извесен недостиг на свест во економијата, во нефинансиските корпорации. И конечно, повеќето земји во Западен Балкан немаат доволно развиени капитални пазари. Што е важно, бидејќи во други земји во светот, пазарот за вакви видови на зелени инвестиции се станати катализатори во оваа смисла. Меѓутоа, тоа не важи за овој регион. Исто така, би рекол дека споредено со овие недостатоци, вистина е дека усогласувањето со регулативите на Европската Унија, веројатно најразвиената юрисдикција во светот во однос на климатски ризици и одржливост, јасно е представува позитивен фактор во развојот на пазарот. Начинот на кој централните банки и супервизорските организации се организираат, односно придвижуваат споредено со рамката, и исто така мислам дека претходно беше доста објаснето како процес. И би рекол дека повеќето супервизори во Западен Балкан се во најизвестна точка од ова, да речеме, временска рамка. Некој може би се понапред, некој поназад, меѓутоа, ќе кажам дека патот е пат кој што го одат сите. Ќе кажам и дека патувањето започнува со формулирање на стратегија или патоказ за справување со климатските ризици. Потоа, навистина е важно супервизорите да издадат први необврзни сетови на препораки или насоки за тоа како банките треба соодветно да управуваат со своите климатските ризици. Необврзувачки се по природа, најчесто затоа што во тој момент нема доволна рамка развиена за ваквите активности. По ова, банките почнуваат да ги развиваат своите планови за да се усогласат со овие барања во кои се нагласуваат клучните точки што ќе ги преземат со цел да се усогласат со овие препораки во една разумна временска рамка. Може да биде 1 година, 2 години или 3 години, зависно од степенот на развој на банкарскиот систем. По ова, ова е еден момент во кој повеќето супервизори во регионот се наоѓаат во овој момент, започнува надградувањето на капацитетите. Градење на овие капацитети на ниво на супервизорски организации со тоа што се ажурираат супервизорските методологии, се интегрираат климатските ризици и како се вршат проценки на банките, со тоа што нудат обуки за релевантните вработени, со развивање алатки за кои ќе чуеме веројатно веднаш по мојот вовед на овој панел. И како следен чекор, супервизорите на централните банки всушност почнуваат со процесот на интегрирање, на ревизија на овие климатски ризици во нивните супервизорски активности, преку теренски инспекции, хоризонтални анализи и прегледи, со проценување на овие ризици во капиталното планирање, управување и така натаму. Ова може би звучи малку далечно, меѓутоа дел од централните банки и супервизори во регионот веќе имаат достигнато оваа точка или оваа фаза. Значи, постигната значителен напредок. Меѓутоа, ова не е крајот на патот. Уште многу работа има пред нас и мислам дека ова е поврзано со потребата за адаптирање на новите барања од Европската Унија. Повеќето земји во Западен Балкан се ги порамнуваат, односно усогласуваат своите законски рамки, особено за финансиско регулирање, со Унија на Европската Унија. Како што е добро познато, има нов легислативен пакет во Европската Унија, наречен CRR 396, во кој се вклучени нови и би рекол сеопфатни правила, кои што се упатени за банките, за начинот на кој тие треба да управуваат со своите ризици. Меѓу другото, би сакал да набројам само 3 од нив. Прво е новите стандарди ESG, кои што се опфатно ги покриваат сите активности на банките. Второ, барањата за обелоденување информации, што банките треба да ги објават на пазарот периодично во однос на нивната изложеност на климатски ризици, а би рекол и по-широко на ESG ризици. И исто така има и пруденцијални транзицијски планови, кои што ќе стапат на сила за банките во Европска Унија во јануари 2026. Меѓутоа, ќе воведат и би рекол ново и важно барање за банките и банките ќе треба да ги изготват овие планови, супервизорите да ги прегледаат плановите и да дадат своји видувања за тоа колку се амбициозни и солидни таргетите за постигнување, например за климатска неутралност или нето неутралност во нивните рамки. Ова, кратко кажано, се предизвиците со кои што новата банкарска регулативна рамка може да ги наметне за супервизорите во областа, исто така и за банките. Значи, ова важи како за банките, така и за супервизорите. Со оваа моја најава, веќе ќе преидеме на нашите панелисти. И дозволите ми да започнам со Милот. Знам дека веќе имате доста активности во оваа смисла изминативе години со цел развивање на рамката, веќе имате и воспоставена стратегија и известни насоки за банките, па затоа ќе ве замолам да ни кажете која е ситуацијата сега и со кои предизвици се соочувате. Ти благодарам, Исмаил. Ќе започнам со тоа што ќе кажам дека сме на почеток на патувањето. Почнавме доста доцна, меѓутоа се придвижуваме. Иницијално во 2023 година за прв пат зелените прашања или оние прашања поврзани со ESG беа вклучени во стратегиите на ЦБК. Од таму придовме од кон тоа да станеме официјален член на мрежата за одржливо банкарство и финансирање, што исто така ни даде пристап како до најдобри практики, така и до напредни обуки. Минатата година, на почетокот некаде, ги издадовме и првите насоки за известувањето за кредитната изложеност на банките, за компании кои што се изложени на ризици на транзиција, особено поврзано со механизмот за прилагодување на заедничките граници. Започнавме со известување на поднос на ова прашање минатата година и сега го следиме истото. А исто така имаме и некои латерални проекти, како, например, одобрување на првите насоки за првите синдикални заеми или кредити, што првично беше насочено кон охрабрување и проширување на капацитетите за едни големи, долгорочни проекти, фокусирани на чиста енергија и се всушност инвестиции кои што бараат многу капитал. Стратешкиот патоказ беше усвоен во јануари годинава и со него се покрива 3-годишен период од 2025 до 2027 година, што е направено во партнерство со Светската банка, особено со Финсек, за што навистина ви благодариме за сиот ваш придонес и вашата помош. И стратешкиот патоказ беше проследен со советодавен акт, односно документ кој што беше поврзан за климатските ризици, кој што беше направен во консултација со индустријата и сега веќе е финализиран. Во моментов сме во онаа фаза на необврзувачко или советодавно ниво за банките, што значи дека се уште не сме дошле до ниво на задолжителност или поставување на услов во однос на климатските ризици, меѓутоа се надеваме дека тоа ќе ни предстои во текот на 2026 година. Еден од најголемите проекти, што всушност е своевидно трансформативен проект, што го имаме со Централната банка, е имплементација на СТРЕП како методологија за супервизија, што значи дека и поднос на тоа прашање конечно го применуваме ова. Многу работа е направена во текот на годинава и следната година ќе придеме, се надеваме, кон само оценување што банките ќе го прават и кон првата евалуација на климатските ризици во контекст на СРЕП како супервизорска методологија. Ова е од гледната точка на Централната банка. Во однос на банкарскиот сектор, ситуацијата е малку понапредна. Може би требаше да кажам на самиот почеток дека кога ќе кажам банкарски сектор како супервизори, велиме дека банкарскиот сектор е стабилен. А тоа треба да е првата реченица, па потоа да продолжиме. Во моментов имаме 10 банки, 5 од нив се системски, 5 несистемски. Нашиот банкарски сектор во голема мера е во меѓународна собственост. Сите глобални банки се несистемски, 5 големи банки, сите се меѓународни банки и имаат мнозинство на капиталот во банкарскиот сектор. За нас банкарскиот сектор е апсолутно пресуден како главниот издавач на кредити за приватниот сектор, бидејќи се уште немаме капитален пазар и би можел да кажам дека банкарскиот сектор, особено системските банки, кои што се поддржани од прилично силни мајки компании или групации, дека се доста напредни како во зелено финансирање или во ESG. И тие се придржуваат до прилично високи стандарди. Иако, како што објаснив, ова се уште не е задолжително по својата природа, сепак многу е важно и дури и пријатно е кога гледаме дека банкарскиот сектор Има усвоено ESG и зелено финансирање како еден вид на диференцијација на пазарот. Всушност има многу напори што тие ги вложуваат во смисла на тоа да се разликуваат или да се истакнат повеќе на пазарот во однос на зелени иницијативи. Во однос на вашата забелешка, која што навистина е точна, поврзана со локалните банки, тоа е малку поголема, малку потешко оди, односно тие ја немаат поддршката, бидејќи имаме нели компании кои што имаат многу силна поддршка од нивните централни седишта, да речеме во рамките на ЕУ, овие ја немаат таа поддршка, меѓутоа се надеваме дека и тие ќе ги доведеме на истото ниво. Ви благодарам. Ти благодарам многу, Милот, и како што и самиот кажа, ни даде еден сеуфатен преглед на тоа каква е ситуацијата сега, а истовремено и се поврза со со она временска рамка која што ја споменав јас претходно. Сакав сега да преидеме со хедер и ќе кажам дека ти во контекст на овој панел имаш еден редок вид на предност. Не само затоа што си дел од директоратот за банкарска супервизија во Банката на Грција, туку и затоа што си единствена во Европската Унија и во еврозоната на овој панел. Во таа смисла, навистина ценам дека ти веќе ги имаш минато овие процеси или доживеано и се уште сте во нив, бидејќи последниот дел преостанува и вие да го спроведете, меѓутоа би било навистина корисно ако може да ги споделиш со нас ситуацијата со вашите банки и предизвиците што тие ги имаат во спроведување на оваа рамка. Ти благодарам. И ќе кажам дека твојот вовед беше навистина корисен затоа што сега јас не морам да трошам време на некој начин да објаснувам за тоа како изгледа европската рамка. Како што и самиот ти кажа, Грција е земја членка на ЕУ и е членка како на монетарната унија, така и на банкарската унија. Банкарскиот систем сам по себе има 4 системски институции кои што во суштина контролираат 95% од пазарот и тие се под супервизија на она што е наречено заеднички супервизорски тимови, што се половина од супервизорските тимови се од Банката на Грција, додека другата половина е од единствениот супервизорски механизам. Што значи тие се предмет на заедничка супервизија од Банката на Грција и ССМ, а преостанатите 5% од банкарскиот систем се институции кои што се помалку значени, кои што во основа се предмет на супервизија од Банката на Грција. Би сакала на некој начин да поставам една рамка на моите коментари, кои што ќе се бават со различните приоди, што сме ги презеле со значајните институции во Грција и оние помалку значајни. Бидејќи мислам дека со тоа ќе се дадат известни насоки за тоа како може да се започне со целиот овој процес, бидејќи на почетокот е доста застрашувачки. И настрана од зборувањето за тоа како банките пристапиле кон процесот и како ние како супервизори им имаме наметнато на банките, туку и како ние, како Банката на Грција, имаме направено со цел олеснување или помагање на банките во нивниот приод кон исполнување на барањата, кои што им се наметнати преку оваа процедура. Се разбира, во суштина го следевме регулаторниот пейзаж на ЕУ, што всушност започнува со директивите донесени од страна на Европскиот совет. Значи имаме и CRR3, CRD6, која што ни предстои, кои што вклучуваат разни барања поврзани со ESG во смисла на управување со ризици, владење, како и стрес тестирање. Имаме и EBA, што во суштина значи сет на стандарди и разни насоки за тоа како треба да се пристапи кон спроведување на овие директиви за кои што одлучи Советот. Тука го имаме и SSM, што поставува конкретни супервизорски очекувања и стандарди, а SSM во суштина беа и доста строги во смисла на поставување стандарди за банките што се предмет на нивна супервизија. Тие институции кои што не ги исполнуваат стандардите, за прв пат се соочија и со парични казни. Така наречени периодични казнени исплати, кои што всушност ефективно се дневни казни, засметани за бројот на денови во кои нема да ги исполнат зацртаните таргети, што всушност се наметнати од единствениот супервизорски механизам или SSM. Сега, грчките супервизорски институции успеа да го избегнат овој вид казнување досега, меѓутоа доста го насочи целото постапување во оваа смисла. Сите се фокусирани сега на тоа дека ова не се игри. Туку е нешто сериозно и навистина е важно за нас како супервизори и навистина е важно за нас како супервизори не затоа што сметаме дека можеме да го решиме целиот проблем за климатските ризици. Финансискиот систем и супервизорите не можат да го решат проблемот на климатски промени сами. Туку потребна е помош од различни страни, како во смисла на институции кои што носат јавни политики. Меѓутоа, која е нашата улога во сето ова и како можеме ние да ги стимулираме банките или институциите, вклучително и осигурителните компании, например? Како можеме да ги стимулираме за донесување точни одлуки, со цел да дадеме свој придонес, вреден придонес во оваа активност. Мислам дека е остварен напредок преку политиките што ги следиме, што вклучуваат тематски ревизии, детални анализи поврзани со третиот столб во смисла на капитални барања. Знаете дека имаме столб 1, столб 2, сега имаме и столб 3 кој што е поврзан со изложеност на ESG, а истовремено имаме и климатски стрес тестови, имаме и подобно за 55 како стрес тест што Европската Унија побара да го спроведеме. И сега ниту една од овие активности не велам дека се совршени. Меѓутоа, не треба да дозволиме совршеноста да и се попречи, односно да и се исправи на патот на доброто. Не треба да кажеме, и сега за тоа што не можеме ова да го направиме совршено, воопшто нема да го правиме. Ги зајакнуваме владите, односно ја зајакнуваме владата и развиваме методологии кои што се бават со различни прашања. И сега ни остануваат уште предизвици. Се уште треба да развиеме методологии. Имаме и издавање на акцијски капитал, односно на акцијски текови. Што мислам со тоа? И па ако ги погледнете банките, општо земено, тоа е прометот, односно нивното портфолио кој што изнесува околу 5% годишно, односно тоа е, со други зборови, тоа се кредитите кои што природно завршуваат секоја година, значи тоа е околу 5% од нивното портфолио, што значи има голем кредитен капитал кој што не доспева секоја година. Што значи имате капитал на кредити кои што го немате применето во однос на новите регулативи и новите идеи кога веќе се земаат во обзир и климатските промени. А исто така имаме проблеми со податоците. Се разбира, знаеме дека податоците се навистина тешко прашање и како што и Милот спомена, прашање во смисла на ова се проблеми во смисла на да дознаеме која е енергетската ефикасност на згради или објекти врз основа на кои се издаваат хипотекарни заеми. Ова прашање веќе го упативме и до судовите. За новите хипотеки нормално е да може да се добијат информации за енергетската ефикасност, меѓутоа за стари хипотеки не може да се добијат овие информации. Предпоставката тука дека тие се заштитени од GDPR, односно од заштитата на податоци, што не го разбирам во целост и сметам дека ова треба да биде информација од јавен карактер. И сега веќе супервизорските институции одат напред со тоа што ги користат методите и се она што ефективно влегува во системот и се применува на европско ниво. А како да им пристапиме и на LSE како институции, и сега знам дека малку премногу време одземам, меѓутоа ќе кажам дека ова што се однесува на помалку значајните институции или LSE е всушност оној единствен механизам да треба да се примени сразмерно на овие помалку значајни институции. Еден од клучните проблеми што го разбравме во овој процес е всушност нашата улога како едукатори. Во смисла на тоа дека моравме да се обидаме да ги едуцираме тие кои што управуваат со банките и не се навикнати на тоа да разгледуваат прашања поврзани со ESG, да се обидат да ги вградат овие прашања во нивните одлуки, повторно поврзано со издавање кредити, честопати во локални економии, и како со тоа можат да дадат свој придонес во локалните економии, во смисла која што го промовира зелениот раст и така натаму. Една работа што фактички ја направивме беше тоа што направивме една работилница. Беше доста интересен експеримент овој, бидејќи работилницата првично требаше да биде намената за помалку значајните институции. И тогаш помалку значајните институции ни рекоа: слушајте, ние ангажираме консултанти да ни помогнат за сето ова, па прашаа дали можат и тие да дојдат. Рековме: добро, можат и тие да дојдат. И сега оние значајните институции дознаа за работилницата, па рекоа: а може ли и ние да присуствуваме? И така работилницата го смени својот карактер и се претвори, гледам тука колеги од Грција кои што некако потврдуваат, ми кимнуваат со главите. Всушност, оваа работилница се претвори во еден цел настан кој што беше корисен не само за помалку значајните институции, туку и за сите институции во банкарскиот систем. Што пак ме доведува до последната точка од мојот прв говор, е како ние, како Банка на Грција, пристапивме на ова прашање на ESG. Првиот пристап ни беше поставување на еден оддел во Директоратот за банкарска супервизија, што беше наменет на ESG, нели, оние прашања поврзани со животна средина, социјални прашања и прашања за управувачки системи. Значи, иницијално не сакавме тоа да го вклучиме во рамките на други оддели во супервизорскиот сектор, оние други хоризонтални оддели. Туку ESG не е нешто што само се додава на нешто. Нели, имаме кредитен ризик, ликвиден ризик, прашања, проблеми поврзани со управувачки системи и така натаму. Да, ESG е дел од сите овие активности. Меѓутоа, на почетокот моравме да го погледнеме ESG како такво, да научиме повеќе за него и да дознаеме како се вклопува во овие области на ризици. И сега нашиот пристап беше дека ESG како активност ќе се припои кон различните елементи на ризик кои што вообичаено ги земаме предвид, односно ги разгледуваме. Па ти кажам дека некогаш ќе ве потикнам, нели, да и самите вие да не го вградувате ESG во различните елементи на ризици што ги следиме природно како банкарски супервизори. Туку, одвојте малку време на почетокот да се навикнете на оваа идеја на ESG, бидејќи не е нешто што го имаме учено како банкарски супервизори сите овие изминати години. И потоа, полека почнете да го воведувате ESG во вообичаените ризици што ги следиме како банкарски супервизори. Ви благодарам за времето. Ти благодарам, Хедер. Навистина беше корисно да се чуе и мислам дека ќе извлечат многу важни поуки сите присутни во публиката. Одиме сега понатаму. Се знаеме веќе со години со Геронт. Меѓутоа, како раководител на Оделението за супервизија на кредитен ризик во Банката на Албанија, ќе кажам дека сега ти си одговорен за климатски ризици во единицата за банкарска супервизија. И ако некој ме праша кога банките може да бидат сигурни дека ги интегрирале климатските ризици во своите практики, мојот одговор би бил дека ќе бидат сигурни кога на вистина ќе ги земат предвид проценките на климатските ризици во секој една клучна одлука поврзана со кредитни ризици. И исто така поврзано и со мониторингот на сето ова и многу други одлуки. И сега прашањето што го имам на ум, земајќи ја предвид ситуацијата во албанскиот банкарски систем е колку вие сметате дека албанските банки се подготвени да ги интегрираат климатските ризици во своите практики за управување со финансиски ризици, односно кои се пречки ги гледате вие потенцијално во овој процес. Фала ти, Исмаил. Мора да ги нагласиме тука слабите точки што ги имаме во рамките на практиките. Како што знаете, веќе издадовме насоки, необрзувачки насоки за банките, меѓутоа сме свесни за пречките со кои се соочени банките. Првата е недоволно информации за регионалната таксономија, што всушност представува еден заеднички речник што ни кажува кои економски активности се зелени, кои се штетни, а кои се во транзиција. За нас, без ваквата рамка, банките мора да се потпрат на собствени дефиниции, што може да создаде конфузија, може да биде различно помеѓу банките и да дојде до недоследности. Некоја банка може да смета некоја активност како одржлива, а друга банка не. Што значи потешко е резултатите од ESG да се споредуваат кај различни клиенти. И со тоа потешко е да се изградат зелени финансиски производи. Исто така и е тешко да се постават општи очекувања. Ваквото немање на ваква таксономија го попречува и развивањето на зелениот пазар. Друга пречка се и ограничувачките или ограничените достапни податоци. Веќе беше ова споменато и ќе кажам дека на банките им се потребни информации за клучни информации во смисла на енергетска ефикасност, управување со отпад и изложеност на ризици или опасности од емисии. Има мали и средни предпријатија што собираат податоци по овие прашања, меѓутоа тоа се некомплетни податоци, а некогаш дури и се несигурни податоци. Така што дури и кога имаме информации, тие информации често се базирани на различни формати, не се ни верификувани, а без вакви доследни податоци банките не можат да оценат колку се успешни нивните предмети на супервизија и не можат да го предвидат нивното работење во иднина. Накратко, овие лоши податоци водат до несигурност, што води до лошо управување со ризици. Друг недостиг е немање експертиза и знаење во оваа област. ESG е ново за сите во земјата. За ова е потребно да ја разбереме не само финансиската анализа, туку и науката на животната средина, климатските модели, микрорегулативите или регулативите на пазарот, па дури европските регулативи и очекувањата од пазарот во оваа област. Многу офицери за ризици се уште учат како да ги идентификуваат ризиците за транзиции кои што постојат, а треба и да ги оценат физичките ризици, како сите овие поплави, суши, топлотни бранови, што значи дека потребна е обука, време и инвестирање за ова прашање. А банките не можат брзо да ги изградат овие капацитети. Четвртата пречка е немањето на една методологија и стандарди кои што важат за целиот пазар. Се обидуваме нели ние да го изградиме како банка својот систем за ESG или анализа на климатска чувствителност, меѓутоа нема унифициран пристап од банките, од страна на банките за ова прашање. Резултатите варираат и не можат лесно да се споредат. Што пак создава конфузија за супервизорите, па дури и за самите клиенти, кога добиваат различни проценки од една банка и од друга банка. Без овие споделени стандарди, доста е потешко да се вградат ESG факторите во капитално планирање на соодветен начин. Друга пречка е се технолошките и оперативните предизвици. Проценките за климатски ризици бараат алатки, бараат и мапирање како смисла на климатски модели или индикатори кои што се специфични за секторот, што е важно во однос на оценување на кредитни ризици, како и потребни се платформи за обработка на големи количини на информации. Банките си уште се модернизираат во оваа смисла и нивните IT системи ги унапредуваат. Меѓутоа, интегрирањето на ESG податоци во овие модели и во нивните работни процедури, како и во процесите за донесување одлуки, би било сложена и скапа активност. А ова е уште потешко за малите банки. И сега ова не води до шестиот елемент, што всушност се притисоците за трошоците и ограничените ресурси. Инкорпорирање на ESG не е само правење извештај, туку за да се сменат документите треба да се ревидираат политиките, процедурите, треба да се ревидираат и процесите за анализирање на клиентите, што значи дека кадрот мора да биде обучен, да се направат прирачници за ова прашање, а ова си има своја цена. И сега ова не навраќа на големината на банките, повторно малите банки се соочени со повеќе тешкоти и големи трошоци, па дури и се успорува нивната имплементација. Друг предизвик е недоволна свесност во економијата за ова прашање. Вие го споменавте ова. Бидејќи многумина во економијата не ги разбираат ESG факторите и нивниот долгорочен удел во овие финансиски активности. Што значи дека ова се уште не е како извештај стандардно издание и многу од секторите во економијата не се ни свесни за тоа како екстремните временски настани може да влијаат врз нивните оперативни капацитети. Во оваа смисла банките треба да имаат едукативна улога и да бидат подготвени на клиентот да му објаснат зошто се потребни овие податоци, зошто треба да се осигури нивна одржливост, бидејќи се менува природата на однесувањето тука. За ова е потребно време, а банките сами не можат да го решат ова. Друга потешкотија е тоа што ризиците за ESG се долгорочни по своја природа, иако се неизвестни. Традиционалните проценки на кредитни ризици имаат период од 1 до 3 години, меѓутоа климатските ризици или ESG имаат обсег до 10, 20, па дури и 30 години. Некои банки мора да направат баланс на проценки, краткорочни финансиски резултати и долгорочни ефекти поврзани со овие климатски и ESG елементи, што е нешто што си уште се развива и во напредните пазари. Што значи ова се тешкотиите со кои се соочуваме денес со банките. Доста предизвици на вистина. Да, многу се. Мислам дека е јасно дека дел од домашната задача е нешто што треба банките да го направат, голем дел, меѓутоа и за јавните институции во развивање на рамката, со цел да си има рамка која што банките може да ја користат во нивните развивачки активности на методологиите. И ова е навистина важна порака. Одиме сега со Никола. Никола, знам дека Црна Гора како земја, меѓутоа и Централната банка на Црна Гора презема огромни напори за усогласување на вашите финансиски регулативи со стандардите на ЕУ. Поради интегративните процеси, сето тоа е со забрзано темпо, што важи и за всушност сите останати земји од Западен Балкан, меѓутоа еден од елементите кои сега го спроведувате е поврзан со новиот пакет, она што го споменав. На почетокот во ведното презентирање, во однос на плановите за транзиции, објавување информации поврзани со столбот 3. И не би рекол дека ова се едноставни активности за банките, туку би рекол дека би можеле да бидат многу тешки за нив. Во таа смисла, што е вашиот став во однос на нивото на подготвеност на црногорските банки за усогласување со овие услови и барања? Почитувани Исмаил, ти благодарам. И уште еднаш ви благодарам што поканивте представник од Централната банка на Црна Гора да биде гостин на овој ценет настан и благодарам до организаторот за организирање на оваа конференција. Како прво, би сакал со вас да споделам некои општи забелешки во однос на ситуацијата во Црна Гора. И да, ќе кажам дека сме во доста забрзан момент, а на општата цел ни е усвојување на рамката на ЕУ и во моментов спроведуваме твининг проект во Црна Гора, чија што главна цел е под наслов е финансиска поддршка за сите регулативи и главната цел е да се придонесе за финансиска стабилност со цел целосно усогласување со рамката на ЕУ. Така што еден дел од нашите активности е да имаме законот за кредитните институции, што треба да биде целосно усогласен со ИЦРБ 6, тековниот закон за кредитни институции и содржи одредби поврзани со ризици за ЕСГ. Тие одредби не се усогласени со супервизијата на ЕСГ стандардите. Меѓутоа, веќе изготвивме нов закон, кредитен закон и се разбира сега тоа е во процедура. Сега сме во втората фаза, односно во фазата на исчекување на законот со кој сметаме дека ќе имаме целосен правен основ како за новите насоки, така и за плановите за транзиција. Што сакам да кажам? Сакам да кажам дека очекувањата во првиот квартал од 2026 година очекуваме веќе да го имаме новиот закон и банките ќе имаат период од 1 година како рок во кој што ќе треба нивните интерни акти да бидат усвоени и да се подготват за се. А кога велам се, мислам за задолжително обелоденување информации и известување како и целосна проценка на ЕСГ ризиците. Во јули 2025 година Советот на Централната банка на Црна Гора ги усвои насоките за ризиците за управување со ЕСГ ризици за финансиските институции. И овие насоки се целосно поврзани со насоките за управување со ЕСГ на ИБАРТ и всушност тука се однесува на кредитните институции кои што ќе важат за нив од 1 јануари 2027 година. Значи, кога веќе ќе го имаме целосниот закон, кога ќе заврши процедурата со новиот закон, веќе ќе ги примениме и овие насоки кои што детално опишуваат како банките треба да постапат во однос на ЕСГ ризиците и како треба да ги применат своите планови за транзиција. Дополнително, се уште комуницираме со банките и треба да кажам дека банките се навистина ефикасни во оваа смисла. Се разбира, треба тука да се нагласи дека особено банките кои што имаат мајки банки во ЕУ зоната, Тие навистина се водачи во оваа област и навистина добри резултати покажуваат и очекуваме да имаме континуирани напори во оваа смисла со цел тие веќе да имаме целосни планови за транзиции и да имаме целосно спроведување на законот. Оно што можам да го кажам е дека законот за кредитни институции, односно нацрт законот, е закон што ќе содржи голем број одредби во однос на ризиците поврзани со ЕСГ, а законот ќе пропише и нови обврски првично за раководството на банките или за начинот на кој се управува со банките, бидејќи на самиот почеток тие ќе треба да спроведат многу активности за следење и развивање конкретни планови за ЕСГ ризици. И за супервизорите, како Централната банка на Црна Гора, ние сме во позиција и всушност ќе бидеме во позиција да се справуваме, односно да соработуваме со сите супервизори во регионот, во однос на нашите методологии кои што ќе го вклучат и ЕСГ ризикот како едни од најважните ризици во смисла на оценка на нивните капацитети или нивните можности за наоѓање на најдобро решение и за постигнување добри резултати во однос на сите ризици. Општиот заклучок тука би ми бил дека ние сме во фаза на очекување на новиот закон, банките ќе си имаат своји рокови, и се разбира, банките сакаме да бидат навистина подготвени и затоа комуницираме со нив и задоволни сме во моментов од овој процес. Ти благодарам, Никола. Гледам дека навистина многу работа има во оваа насока, како во Централната банка, туку и во централниот банкарски систем за примена на новите стандарди. Ќе кажам дека навистина сте блиску до онаа фаза на спроведување која што има и во ЕУ. Одиме сега со Аднан. Би рекол дека и ти си другиот исклучок во овој панел. Дозволи да кажам дека ти си представник на Централната банка, што всушност е макропотенцијална институција која за зачувување на финансиската стабилност во Босна и Херцеговина. Меѓутоа, има и две банкарски агенции кои што се одговорни на ниво на ентитети за микропотенцијалната супервизија на ризици, каде што е исто така вклучен и ЕСГ. И сега моето прашање е како ги координирате вашите напори со микропотенцијалните пруденцијалните институции, односно со овие агенции, за да се осигурите дека како банките на поединечно ниво, меѓутоа и на ниво на систем, ги споделуваат овие ризици соодветно, односно како тие се ги мерат, управуваат и контролираат. Да, ти благодарам, Исмел. И во право си, со оглед на тоа што опсегот на влијание на нашата Централна банка врз банкарскиот систем е ограничен, споредено со другите земји, меѓутоа не е целосно иземен или исклучен. Да бидам прецизен, согласно Законот за Централната банка, во смисла на одржување на платниот систем на Централната банка во Босна и Херцеговина, Централната банка е надлежна за координирање на активностите помеѓу овие две банкарски агенции на ниво на ентитети. Со исполнување на оваа одговорност, Централната банка беше во можност да преземе разни активности и да произведе вредни анализи и информации за двете ентитетски агенции како официјални супервизорски тела. Овие информации и исто така се составен дел од состанокот за банкарска координативна супервизија што се одржува еднаш месечно. Исто така во однос на ризиците за ЕСГ. Нашата Централна банка и двете банкарски агенции сушно се активни членови на мрежата за зелен финансиски систем и во мрежата за одржливо финансирање, што всушност не дава институции кои што соработуваат со релевантни партнери на размена на знаења, развивање најдобри практики и давање свој придонес кон глобалниот напор за ублажување со климатските ризици, истовремено унапредувајќи го економскиот развој. Дополнително, зелената агенда се интегрира во стратегијата на Централната банка за период 2025-2027, покажувајќи ја низината долгорочна заложба за порамнување со надлежните, односно со одветните глобални климатски цели. Стратегијата следи спроведување на планови за овие ESG фактори во бизнис процесите. Во рамки на социјалната компонента на ESG, Централната банка се вклучи и во она иницијатива за зелено финансирање со цел намалување на финансискиот јаз помеѓу мажи и жени. Сите планирани активности од оваа иницијатива ќе бидат спроведени во периодот 25-27 и се целосно усогласени со стратегискиот план и акцијскиот план за интегрирање на ESG факторите во бизнис процесите. Со оваа иницијатива, Централната банка веќе организира неколку работилници и конференции и го започна процесот на надградување на својата статистика поврзана со родова еднаквост. Централната банка започна и со процес на инвестирање како дел од портфолиото на FX, односно девизни резерви во зелени фондови, наменето за финансирање на зелени, социјално одговорни и одржливи проекти. И исто така, последно, меѓутоа не најмалку важно, како резултат на техничката помош, односно проценка за потребите во рамки на една техничка помош, Европската инвестицијска банка ги идентификуваше следните приоритетни области за техничка поддршка, за поддршка на Централната банка и финансискиот систем на Босна и Херцеговина. Првата компонента на овој проект сушност беше подпишана токму месецов. Подпишан беше договор со Европската инвестицијска банка и овој проект треба да се спроведе во следните 2 години. Првата компонента на проектот ќе биде само за Централната банка. Вклучено е тука сценарио за анализи и стрес тестирање од горе надолу. А вториот дел е развивање на патоказ за создавање за јакнување на финансискиот сектор на Босна и Херцеговина и потоа развивање на рамка за управување со климатски ризици. Во суштина што ќе биде за позеленување на финансискиот сектор. И четвртата и петата активност е развивање на климатски навигатор на ризици и последниот најтежок дел ќе биде развивање на национална зелена таксономија. Сите овие активности ќе бидат нешто сосема ново за нас и веројатно сите овие компоненти ќе бидат нешто за кое што е потребно време и ресурси за да се постигнат, меѓутоа имаме оптимистичен приод кон целото ова и се надеваме дека ќе успееме со овој проект и исто така знаеме дека некои други банки, како Банката на Албанија има еден сличен проект со истата институција и навистина ни е мило што можеме да размениме искуства со нив и со некои други банки кои што се во истиот проект. Ви благодарам. Ти благодарам, Аднан. Мислам дека ова прашање на споделување знаење и искуства во регионот е клучно и мислам дека и во рамките на оваа конференција е одлична можност да го направиме тоа, односно да негуваме соработка во рамките на институциите од регионот. И сега, навраќајќи се малку на ова, ќе ја најавам последната паналистка во оваа рунда, односно во делот на оваа дискусија. И ќе кажам дека, Викторија, ти имаш навистина вие имате постигнато навистина значителен напредок во справување со климатските ризици во последниве години. Мислам дека веќе започнавте во 2022 година и насоките веќе беа објавени во 2023-та. Колку што знам, веќе имате започнато и со преглед на работењето на банките, односно на нивната изложеност на ESG ризици од оваа година. Па затоа ќе те замолам да ни дадеш еден вид на слика за тоа кои се вашите искуства и ако може да ни издвоите некои препораки за супервизорите. Ти благодарам, Исмаил, и ти благодарам за убавите зборови. Да, се согласувам дека како Централна банка доста рано ја препознавме улогата што финансиските институции ја играат во управувањето со климатските ризици. И широко ја усогласивме нашата политика во оваа област со усвојување на средниот акциски план 23-25 што гувернерот го спомена во својот говор. Една од клучните точки во областа на регулирање и супервизија беше визијата, односно насоките од 2023 година за управување со климатски ризици за банките. Во овие насоки ги утврдивме нашите супервизорски очекувања, кои банките треба да ги земат предвид во односно овие ризици во нивните политики. Главната цел беше и се уште е да се осигуриме дека климатските ризици систематски се вградени во управувањето на банките, рамките за управување со ризици и во нивните генерални бизнес стратегии. Понатаму, во втората половина на 2024 година, ги замоливме, односно побаравме од банките да направат само проценка на нивните практики споредено со очекувањата што ние ги утврдивме во насоките. За да го олесниме овој процес и да им помогнеме на банките да ги оценат своите практики на еден конзистентен начин и критично да дадат осврт на своите практики заедно со ФИНСАК, развивме структура, еден вид на сеопфатен прашалник за оценка, кој што беше структуриран и го споделивме тој прашалник со банките. Тоа беше една алатка за автодиагностицирање, каде што ќе се утврдат проблемите и јазовите кај банките во смисла на спроведување и интегрирање на препораките за ESG ризиците. Самооценувањето посочи дека дел од банките веќе презеле значајни чекори. Веќе започнале со прилагодување на нивните практики и политики со цел опфаќање и на климатските ризици во нивното работење. Меѓутоа, дел од нив беа на самиот почеток во нивниот развој, дури имаше некои банки кои што воопшто нема практики воведено во оваа смисла. Истовремено и врз основа на самооценувањето ги побаравме од банките да направат акциски планови, во кои детално ќе ги наведат своите активности за да дојдат до целосна усогласеност со насоките до крајот на 2026 година. Како Централна банка направивме оценка на квалитетот и сеопфатноста на поднесените акциски планови од банките. Евалуацијата посочи дека иако сите банки имаат направено и доставено акциски планови, дека квалитетот на тие планови значително варира и затоа беше потребно да се таргетираат институции поединечни како приод што треба Централната банка да го направи. Препознавајќи дека имплементацијата на овие акциски планови е еден динамичен и итеративен процес, започнавме и веќе ја завршивме првата рунда на супервизорски диалози со банките поврзани со нивните акциски планови, со цел да се рафинираат и зајакнат активностите предвидени во плановите. Главната цел на супервизорскиот диалог беше, како прво, да се даде структуриран фидбек за банките, особено во однос на изводливоста и соодветноста на активностите што тие ги предвиделе во плановите, а второ беше да се осигуриме дека банките применуваат пристап кој што е базиран на ризици и е сразмерен, односно соодветен за самата банка. Ќе продолжиме со нашите активности, односно ќе го оцениме спроведувањето на акцијските планови и тоа оценување ќе го правиме на годишна основа, водејќи сметка банките да постигнуваат конкретен, видлив напредок со цел целосно согласување со овие насоки. Овие годишни оценувања ќе ни дадат простор да утврдиме кои се јазови остануваат и дополнително да утврдиме стратегии и активности, како и да дадеме дополнителни насоки на банките на кои што им е потребна повеќе поддршка, на кои што им недостига експертиза и знаење за најдобрите практики. Згора на тоа, овој вид на супервизорски диалог не беше единствениот вид супервизорски диалог. И во 2025 година започнавме и ќе продолжиме со теренски прегледи, односно ревизии за климатски ризици, почнувајќи со понапреднатите банки во овој процес. Целта на теренските супервизорски ревизии или прегледи ќе биде да се добијат информации за главните предизвици со кои се соочени банките, меѓутоа и да се дознае за најдобрите практики во оваа област, кои што можеме понатаму да ги споделиме со помалку развиените или помалку напреднатите банки во процесот. Со оглед на овој добро структуриран пристап, нели прво ги имаме насоките, па само оценувањето, акцијското планирање, супервизорскиот диалог во однос на акцијските планови и теренските контроли или прегледи. Ова е приод кој што ние го применуваме со цел да добиеме еден јасен и систематски пристап во оваа област, што може дополнително да ја негува и зајакне регулаторната и супервизорската средина, што ја поддржува не само банкарската стабилност и финансиската стабилност, туку го поддржува и одржливиот економски развој. Ти благодарам многу, Викторија. Ова беше навистина јасно и мислам дека е важно во смисла на тоа дека значаен напредок може да се постигне во доста кратко време. Веројатно нема да имаме време за втора, да речеме, рунда на прашања, бидејќи сакаме да оставам простор и за вас да поставите прашања од публиката. Меѓутоа, сакам да поставам барем едно прашање и мислам дека ниту еден панел не може да го заобиколи ова прашање или не може да живее без ова прашање. Прашањето е поедноставување на регулативите или регулаторно поедноставување или зголемување на ефикасноста на регулативите. Јасно ни е дека надлежните институции или властите, особено оние од ЕУ, кога размислуваат во однос на ревидирање на некои правила што се однесуваат на одржливост и ЕСГ, да ги направат овие, да речеме, барања по-применливи, по-ефикасни и нели на начин на кој нема да влијае врз конкурентноста на европските бизнеси. Ќе кажам дека би било добро да знаеме како тоа може да има последици врз вашите напори во смисла на процесот каде што земјите од Западен Балкан немаат усвоено сесија уште. И затоа моето прашање на брзина ќе биде конкретно Хедер ќе ја прашам за тоа каква е ситуацијата во однос на овие ревизии, меѓутоа ќе го прашам и Милот за тоа кое е неговото видување од перспектива на земјите од Западен Балкан. Точно. Дискутиравме веќе во периодот до пред 6 месеци, би рекла. И потоа се појави идејата дека треба да преидеме кон поедноставување, како веќе нов режим на работа. Го имаме и омнибус пакетот, ја имаме идејата тука дека супервизијата на регулативите во рамките на Европската Унија особено е штетна во смисла на тоа што и штети на конкурентноста во Европа или на конкурентноста на самите банки или во однос на улогата на банките како финансиски посредници влијае и врз конкурентноста на самата Европска Унија. Така што да, постои едно чувство или став дека има потреба да се намали товарот во однос на известување. И сега, пред само 10 минути велев дека има дефинитивна потреба повеќе да се сработи со цел да се разбере ESG како концепт и прашања поврзани со ESG и меѓутоа и со пакетот Омнибус. Целта тука е да се зголеми ефикасноста со тоа што 80% од субјектите ќе добијат олеснувања во однос на условите, односно барањата да обелоденуваат информации поврзани со одржливост и податоци. Меѓутоа, знаеме дека банките се суштински важни заемодавачи за малите и средните предпријатија во Европската Унија. А со тоа, ќе кажам дека ова јасно ќе има последици врз способноста на банките да играат својата улога. Бидејќи јасно е дека нема им се потребни податоци за точно да ги проценат ризиците од климатските промени и од факторите кои што се поврзани со природата. Меѓутоа, имајќи го тоа предвид, се малку да го побијам, да речеме, негативниот тон што го имам во своето излагање, би предложила две точки тука, или две прашања. Како прво, темпото и редоследот, што може би треба да се прилагоди или приспособи. Меѓутоа, мислам дека стратешката насока во Европа не е нешто што се менува, туку таа останува. ССМ и ЕБА всушност ги во однос на оценување на климатските ризици ги сметаат за материјални финансиски ризици, кои што се важни во нивните финансиски надлежности како област. Сетот Омнибус сака да поедностави и пристапите да ги направи поефикасни. Меѓутоа, не е да ги укина барањата. Прочитав некада, например, всушност прочитав во Guardian, што е британски весник, дека по 12.000 години вулкан во Етиопија избувнал, односно еруптирал. Во некоја смисла, тоа е физички ризик со кој сме соочени. Што значи дека не можеме, или ние може да се трудиме да ги наштимаме овие работи како што треба, меѓутоа не треба да ги разводниме. Истовремено сметам дека супервизорите треба да бидат целосно свесни дека финансиските институции имаат една тенденција да се фокусираат на краткорочни заработки и таргети. И истото важи и за компаниите. А ние како супервизори мораме фокусот малку повеќе да го свртиме кон долгорочни прашања. Затоа, ако зборуваме за Западен Балкан, бидејќи тоа беше друга тема која што всушност некако ја нагласивме, во смисла на тоа дека земјите чекаат за да видат што ќе се случи, препораката ми е тоа да не го правите. Односно, на Балканот ние сме соочени со ризик од земјотреси, што представува физичка појава. Меѓутоа, ставот тука не ни е да почекаме да видиме што ќе се случи. Напротив, имаме регулативи кои што важат како минимални услови за градежништвото, во смисла на предвидување на фактот дека во некој момент ќе се случи земјотрес. Сега, климатските ризици може би и се креирани од човекот, меѓутоа, тие се уште предизвикуваат физички појави исти како земјотресите. И мора да изградиме механизми за одбрана исто како што го правиме тоа со земјотреси, со цел да бидеме подготвени да се соочиме со овие физички појави. И сметам дека банкарската супервизија има своја важна улога тука. Не велам дека е единствениот играч тука, меѓутоа има важна улога според мене. Ти благодарам. Ти благодарам за твоето видување, да видиме кој е ставот на Милот. Ќе се обидам да бидам краток. Сакаме да се сметаме себе си како потенцијални кандидати за членство во Европската Унија. Соседните држави, со оглед на тоа што тие имаат статус на кандидати за земји членки на ЕУ, а кандидат значи потенцијална членка, така што нели ние имаме некоја своја дефиниција на потенцијални членови на ЕУ. Меѓутоа, со оглед на тоа што нашите соседи се потенцијални членки на ЕУ, мислам дека поедноставувањето навистина ќе биде добро дојдено за нив. Поради тоа што директивите во почетната фаза беа неактивни, а сега нели се поедноставуваат и со тоа се создава една перцепција дека напредуваме без суштински да напредуваме, така што мислам дека е добро. Ти благодарам многу за твоето видување, Мило. И да, може би ова е добро дојдено на некои области. Може би некаде е премногу комплексно. И сега имаме време за 2-3 прашања од публиката. Слободно кренете рака доколку имате прашања.
Yeah, I think that we have Frosina.
Здраво. Фросина Целеска од Народната банка на Македонија. Имам едно прашање. Бидејќи мислам дека доста добро Исмаил објасни кој е сегашниот статус во ЕУ. И исто така беше објаснато дека повеќето активности се сврстуваат во рамки на активностите за столб 2 и столб 3, односно супервизорски пристап и обелоденување информации. Знам дека има некои разговори во смисла на вклучување на столбот 1 како услов за ESG ризици. Знам дека не е толку актуелна тема, меѓутоа може да ни дадете своje мислење во смисла на докаде сме стигнати или уште колку би требало да чекаме во смисла тоа да се случи. Поточно ESG да биде дел од барањата поврзани со столбот 1. Сака ли некој да го одговори ова прашање за ESG да стане капитален услов во рамките на првиот столб? Геронт вели дека не можам да кажам уште колку, да речеме, во смисла на презимање на неопходните чекори за усвојување на овие услови во рамки на нивните практики и потоа нели да започнеме со размислување на нивно вградување во столбот 1. Како што споменав, има многу пречки, меѓутоа ова го гледаме како можност, бидејќи така може да замислуваме дека ќе имаме известни капитални бенефиции од првиот столб. Мислам дека е доста рано да можеме да знаеме, бидејќи сме во воведна фаза на овие услови за столбот 1 и мислам дека има банки кои што кога ни ги испраќаат своите планови за тоа како тие ќе се прилагодат на климатските ризици и оние поврзани со ESG во рамки на нивното работење, некои од нив не биле оптимистични и навеле дека од 20 до 29 би било тоа 29. Меѓутоа рековме дека ние не можеме да одиме подоцна од 27, бидејќи тоа ќе биде предалеку. И тука се гледа онај временски јаз во смисла на можната имплементација во введување на условите за столбот 1. Што значи, можеби некогаш во иднина да, ќе одиме натаму, меѓутоа сега е прерано да се каже со сигурност. И би додал и јас дека овој фактор на ризик, кој што стана еден вид на свет грал во оваа областа на зелено финансирање, значи овој елемент самиот ќе покаже дека нели зелениот капитал е ризичен по себе, меѓутоа ова е нешто што треба да се утврди. И да, многу веќе има трудови и материјали издадени по ова прашање. Некои го потврдуваат ова, меѓутоа некои од трудовите одат во спротивна насока. Во секој случај, да сумираме, ќе кажам дека согласно денешниот панел, 6 на панелисти покажа колку напредок постигнале централните банки во Западен Балкан, меѓутоа дека ова е далеко од готова и завршена активност. Земјите од Западен Балкан не се дел од Европската Унија. Многу работа останува, многу напредок треба да се постигне и ова е заеднички труд од страна на супервизорските активности, банките, меѓутоа и од другите институции кои што треба да изградат рамки во самите земји. Ви благодарам многу и еден аплауз за паналистите.
Dear guests, please join us for a coffee break in the lobby.
hear me? Just to test.
Хей, Катерина,
Е,
добър ден, ме слушате?
da, sluša se. Da,
Отлично, благодаря.
da, hvala.
Да, само trenutak.
Katarina, Melita je. Samo da vas zamolimo da budete tu celo vreme.
Hoću.
Počet će panel u 11:45, pa kad bude vaš red, pozvaće vas moderator i svakako vi se uključujete.
Ok, tu sam. Ja sam krenula da se uključujem još pre 45 minuta, ali link nije.
Ok,
nije
imali su
uspeo.
neki problem, ali sad se nadamo
Tu
da je
smo.
sve ok. Hvala vam puno, vidimo se i
Nije
srećno.
problem. Važi, hvala takođe.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, it is time for the second session, Best Practices in Climate Risk Management, Commercial Bank Experience. We kindly invite the moderator and the panelists to take their seats on stage. Thank you.
So good morning again, and welcome to the second panel of the conference. I have the pleasure and the honor today to moderate the discussion of a distinguished lineup of panelists, representatives from the European banking groups that are well known to us as they're all present in our local banking system. So with me at the stage, I have the privilege to welcome Mr. Blaž Brodnjak, who is the Group CEO, NLB Ljubljana, Mr. Ernestos Panayotou, the General Manager of Transformation, Strategy and International Activities, NBG Group Athens, Mr. George Buhar, the CEO, Steiermärkische Bank, Sparkassen, and remotely, through an online link as part of the panel, we have Ms. Katerina Zraljevic. She is the Head of Group Sustainability in ProCredit Holding in Frankfurt. Katerina, we are very thankful to you for stepping in at such a short notice, as due to justifiable grounds, at the last minute we had to make a change to the agenda. But before we start the discussion, let me just briefly set the stage and provide some context for the panel. This morning we heard a lot about the importance of environmental risks and the weight that they have gained in the last decade. And this is not by coincidence, as unfortunately we already face the consequences of environmental threats. The importance is also visible on the global risk map. 5 out of 10 risks, top 10 risks on the long-term global risk map, they relate to this matter, climate and environment. Why I'm pinpointing this at the beginning of the panel? As at this current juncture where we see major changes globally, I think this means that there is no an option for us to relegate on climate and environment. From the perspective of the banking system and the financial stability, we already have a lot of knowledge on how large and adverse the impact of environmental threats could be on banks' performances, banks' balance sheets, and the overall stability, both through the physical risks that were mentioned this morning, as they imposed increased default risks in bank balance sheets, but they also impact the valuation of the assets. Transitional risks as well, they're, I think, currently in the spotlight, as they might incur losses on exposures to firms that just simply cannot keep the pace with the requirements when it comes to the low carbon emission regulations, losing their competitiveness based on this ground, but also losing their competitiveness due to the high costs for transitioning. And given the awareness, this morning we understood that there is a rising number of central banks and regulators undertaking concrete actions to ensure that there is a resilience of the financial system. But what I also want to emphasize that they're also working jointly with the banking industry, why to achieve visible and sustainable results, to have concrete deliverables. From the first panel, we learned a lot about the supervisory initiatives, the efforts that are rapidly evolving. We do see that supervisors are imposing soft guidelines. They are asking for self-assessment by the banking industry. Climate risk considerations has been embedded in the SREP methodologies. Stress tests, scenario analysis are being run, and also there is enormous effort invested in mitigating the data gaps. So how all these changes impact the operations of commercial banks? Was this kind of a creative disruption that facilitated positive shifts? What changed in terms of the organizational setup, the internal processes, staff capacities, overall structural changes in the banking industry? These are in fact the highlights that we will tackle at the second panel, where we bring now the perspective of the banking industry. So my first round of questions, as well as the second one, is addressed to all the panelists. It seems that you have been redefining your business strategies in order to incorporate climate change issues in your overall strategy. Could you provide kind of a stock taking of what has been done so far in terms of incorporating, embedding the climate risks into your overall profile of your institutions? You already have the guidelines, you have the screening from the regulators, but how do you self-assess your own efforts? Where do you see your main strengths, but also weaknesses or impediments that require additional effort? So we might start with the panelist that is closest to me, and then we can continue further.
Well, we have been confronted lately, obviously, by historical phenomena. And speaking only about Slovenia, for example, 3 years ago, we had, in the last 3 years, 2.5 years basically, we've had historical flood, historical fires, historical hails, historical frosts, and so on. So more or less happening in a very, very short time frame. So climate change is for real, right? How much it is human behavior driven, how much it's a cycle of the earth, remains to be left to the scientists, but it's happening in front of our eyes. So we had Family Vineyard, for example, where last year we experienced 4 of these phenomena in a single year, resulting in 3 deciliters of wine from one vine, which is of course very low production. So it is significantly affecting our daily life. If, for example, give you another example, it's been a hail of a size of a palm with spikes that destroyed 95% of solar panels in a sizable industrial zone, right? In one hail attack, basically. So it's happening in front of our eyes, you can't deny it. So how you factor this into your models is, of course, a different question, because there is not a highly sophisticated model able to forecast all of these events with such a frequency. But when it comes to specific industries, such as agriculture, this has become really something that is a major threat. So us being #1 player in Serbia with 30% market share in agricultural financing, of course, this has to be taken into consideration. So we are now really dealing in our models with how specifically this can affect concrete industries, how specifically this actually affects geographic positioning of businesses. For example, there's been a flood that, destroyed many of facilities of industrial, for example, businesses in the upper Savinja Valley, for example. Savinja is a river in Slovenia. And there was a big Bosch plant, for example, producing home appliances. These guys were flooded significantly, right? So you start rethinking and repositioning, where geographically locating the businesses. We have been actually working on now flood maps as one of the key decision criteria at actually granting lending facilities, which, for example, was not considered maybe necessarily a couple of 5 years ago. So now we really have updated our geographical flood maps for the entire territory of the Republic of Slovenia, and we would not grant a mortgage, for example, a housing loan, on the potentially affected area. So these are concrete use cases, right? One thing is how you model it on the aggregate level of, assuming probability of default and cost of risk and so on. But what this means concretely for our clients is that we would not lend to someone, for example, that is exposed to some most likely or likely climate change related or weather related phenomena, right, in physical terms. On the other hand, of course, talking about climate change risks and then the entire driven agenda of the ESG, right, which is, the green transition and so on, I would just provocatively say the green transition is not necessarily the biggest threat we've got. Demographic transition is by far bigger threat short term, if you ask me already. We are experiencing, of course, significant challenges in how we will actually stuff, the future of this society. Whom we are going to be banking with if Western Balkans, specifically North Macedonia, is being denied the accession to European Union. I am on purpose, consciously, wearing Heart of Sarajevo today as a symbol of what I believe should not be happening anymore. There has to be a really fast-forwarded future for North Macedonia and European Union, because demographics, right, play the role. And I will now wrap up my thought. Climate change and measures we can take in terms of course, energy efficiency improvements, right? In terms of green production, renewable production, and so on. The real green transition starts with key decision makers, with key leaders, and every single individual in the society. It starts with, would you drop a candy paper on the floor? It's an ID of the nation, whether there is garbage next to the road. And it starts with every individual.
Thank you. Thank you for your intervention. So if I'm to sum up your reflection, the climate change is here, it's happening, we are facing. You're doing a mapping of the climate risks in order to profile your strategy as efficient as possible to mitigate, to measure, to mitigate and manage the climate risks. So thank you very much. Mr. Panayotou, please, your view on how the NBG is dealing with embedding the environmental risks in your overall governance.
First of all, I absolutely agree with Blas that we are all experiencing very acute climate events. So in Greece in 2023, we had seen within 2 months 2% of the geographical area of the country being affected by wildfires, and also a cataclysmic flood that affected one of our biggest agriculture regions. So it is very timely that over the last 5 years, banks in Europe have started building their ESG infrastructure with respect to understanding and assessing and managing climate risks. But also at the same time, I think what's been very important in the last 5 years was getting the insights from these risk practices and trying to apply them to our business strategy and our commercial offering. And I'll give you an example from another sector which is very central to our strategy in NBG and in Greece, and that's the power generation sector, which is of course critical for the overall climate and energy transition in European countries and globally. So first of all, there we understood very well what are the national plans with respect to energy transition. And we understood also, we identified early that there was a lot of investor interest in this area. So with respect to raising funds for financing investments in renewable energy, we have issued 3 green bonds totaling 1.9 billion euros, and more than 60% of these has already been utilized. The second thing we did in parallel was to set up dedicated teams in our structured finance division in order to work as advisors and financiers to the investors in this area of renewable energy. So we built a portfolio that's close to 2.5 billion by now, partly financed by the green bonds I mentioned earlier, partly by our own funds and equity. The third thing that's important with respect to this was also trying to have innovative offerings. So there was a lot of renewable energy capacity installed in Greece. Prices for renewables dropped. There was a lot of volatility. And this created, of course, problems for the investors and the producers of renewable energy. So what we did was we introduced, as a key player in this market, an innovative product, an energy baseload swap, which helps energy producers of renewables and big industrial consumers of energy to lock in the prices for the medium term. And this, of course, makes it easier for us to also finance these transactions. So all of the work we did in this particular sector, I believe, makes us ready to remain competitive also in the future with whatever else is coming in the sector, meaning investments in storage of renewable energy, investments in the grid, and investments in the broader region, because we are interconnected and will become even more interconnected in the years to come. Now, there are other areas where we're trying to replicate this successful model, I would say, of interaction between risk insights and translation of those into business strategy. There are, of course, other sectors central to our economy that are high emitting, like oil and gas, like commercial real estate, like shipping, like metals and industry. So again, in these areas, we're trying to understand what are the decarbonization levers, what are the investments coming, and to work with our clients in order to support them in this transition, which is central for the economy. I would say in the retail segment, things are a bit more challenging because there, if you ask people, and we run a survey around how concerned they are with climate change, 85% say, yes, I am extremely concerned about climate change. But then when you ask them, are you going to invest in a home upgrade to address this issue, the responses are a bit more blurry because cost and investment comes in. And when that happens, individuals need more incentives before they move on to invest. So there, I think we have some work to do as banks and as NBG to also have a more educational advisory role towards our clients in order to help them find the right solutions from a financing perspective to address climate change.
Thank you. I really like the point that you brought to the panel that you have to do a diligent exploration of the market segment before you make the financing decision and before you expose yourself, despite the fact that at the first glance, these are the projects that are earmarked as sustainable. This does not mean that by any means it's a non-risky project that we should invest in. So there is a need to do a due diligence and to educate both the bank and the clients in order to be efficient.
And this is something new for us in the last few years, because up to now we were looking at specific projects and financings purely from the financial perspective and the viability, sustainability of the financing. Now we also need to look into the sustainability from the climate and environment perspective.
Exactly. Thank you. So, Mr. Bucher, could you provide us with the perspective of your perspective on the importance of the ESG, particularly the environmental and climate risks, for redefining your overall governance and your business profile?
Thank you, Anna. I really would like to start with the fact that and information for you that we celebrated this year our 200th anniversary. And Mr. Kostadinov, you mentioned in your morning speech that no one has predicted a climate risk conference 20 years ago. Yeah, I fully agree. Our predecessors in the early 20th century started to create and to keep up a green recreational area in Graz, around Graz, to protect the area from speculation, land speculation, and also from soil sealing. So they have a little bit foreseen that, and what I would like to say, this is a part of our founding principles as savings banks. And Heather Gibson said in the morning discussion that banks are looking for short-term profit. I have a kindly to disagree to that. Savings banks have in their DNA to keep up on long-term stability of the bank. So ESG and sustainability is, since 2001, we started in 2001, the main factors in our strategy. Erste Group and Sparkasse, we fully share the vision of the European Green Deal, of the UN Sustainable Development Program, and the UNEP Reasonable Banking Initiative and principles. But on the other side, we need to take care that the managing of the climate situation will only be handled by an overall healthy industry. And we also discussed shortly the kind of disappointing results of the Brazil discussions, and it was disappointing. But it might give us a push to rethink or recalibrate the time plan. I would say a few years longer is better than never. And on the other side, it is also important on the call for us, banks, to really look after our risk management obligations, because the positive effects out of those measures might materialize a little bit later. So in the governance of the bank, in the organizational structure of Steiermärkische Sparkasse and also of Erste Group, from the top, from the supervisory board, down all management levels, down to sustainability ambassadors in the region, in the branches, we have a full commitment and a clear understanding of the strategy. And let me maybe stress one point. Governor, you said correctly in your message that the national banks cannot be responsible for the climate situation in the future. I think we as a bank sometimes are pushed in the role to be the main, sometimes I have the feeling, the sole ambassador and implementer. I think at the end of the day, as our German colleague on her speech this morning via Teams said, the cooperation of all institutions need to be fostered. And here locally, I'm really proud that the colleagues in Sparkasse really work closely together with the National Bank, with the Chamber of Commerce, with the Chamber of Commerce and with the National Bank on the topic of how are we collecting the data from our clients in the future. And let me, just to get more into the discussion point, let me stress one point. The omnibus regulation, we calculated in the whole Erste Group and Sparkassen Group has as a result that 95% of our corporate clients are exempted of delivering data. In some countries, even 100%. So we need to work on proxies, on kind of modeling schemes to get the data, maybe to get data from external providers. But this is for me a brilliant example that the future works only if all those institutions work together. And we have a clear commitment, as I said at the beginning, already from our founding principles to work for a cleaner, for a better future. We call it Believe in Tomorrow initiative. And if we believe in Tomorrow initiative, the climate risk, as Blaž and Esther, you expressed already, is a crucial topic. I can give as an example, if you love white wine, in southern Styria is very famous for white wine. And if we have, and we support those vineyards very intensively. If we lose this business in this region, this is a main job provider. Thank you, Anna.
Thank you. I'm glad you brought the data issue at the panel, although we will bring it into the game later along the panel. But the points that you have raised in terms of having the awareness, having the commitment and having the knowledge, but by all the layers within the corporate governance, both of the banks and of course the central banking community and government is a key for having a certain success in the area of managing climate risks. So thank you, and now we can move to Katarina. Katarina, can you hear us?
Yes, yes.
All good?
Yeah, all good. Thank you so much for the invitation on behalf of ProCredit Group, and thanks to all panelists for sharing their perspectives and opinions. Regarding our stand as ProCredit Group, I think that when we are talking about overall strategic approach, we would have to emphasize two main aspects, and these are integration and strategy, and then governance and oversight. I mean, here strategies is one of the main points, and climate change is considered in both our group business and our group risk strategies as an important part. And then also particularly climate risks are treated separately in our climate action strategy, which is focusing on maintaining the resilient portfolio and achieving net zero by 2050. And I think this is really relevant because, as you mentioned at the beginning, some of the main risks that are treating and affecting the economy on the medium and long term are climate risks. So it is really important to invest today into resilience of the portfolio and take certain measures to do this. Another relevant aspect is our group climate transition plan, which has been even approved by supervisory board, and it is really high-level document that is operationalizing the implementation of our climate action strategy on the group level. So it comes from the head office, but then goes into all subsidiaries of the group. Now, coming directly to the ESG risks and climate risks on the risk management framework and credit policies, it is focusing, as I said, on building climate resilient portfolio. And we are focusing there on integration of climate risks on the client level assessment. So we have developed internal methodologies in order to prepare client-based ESG scores based on some internal data, but then also using proxies. And it has been mentioned already, data, of course, is limited, especially in some of the countries where we are operating in, where regulation is not as strict. Therefore, we have a mix between internal and external data. Then also, of course, we are integrated climate risks in our internal capital adequacy assessment process. I guess all the banks are doing it. And then, of course, identifying climate risk clusters in different economic activities and conducting regular analysis on physical and transitional risks. I guess this is a standard and most of the institutions are doing it. Now, moving from the risks, because we also have a role to engage with our customers and to actually contribute to the economy, we also have committed to become net zero by 2050. With first interim targets validated by SBTi. And under this commitment, we are seeking to, of course, on one side, reduce our own footprint first. It is more credible to everyone, to our customers, to the society and all other actors, but then also to support the transition of our clients through the engagement with the highest emitters. How do we do it? We do understand that our customers do not have all climate data. They do not have knowledge. We are a bank that is focusing on micro, small, and medium enterprises in economies that are either in EU or in transition. Therefore, our customers do not have knowledge or the data for this, and we are engaging with them through the tools, guidance, and constant exchange and advisory role in order to increase the awareness and actions on that side. Then also we are increasing support to green investments and green loans, especially promoting green electricity. I think what I'm saying, it's resonating through the exposition of the other panelists, because it is something that has to be done. So definitely investment in clean energy, but then also on sustainable agriculture. A big percentage of our loan portfolio is in agro sector. And we have developed internally a specific approach to sustainable agriculture, which is focusing not only on mitigation, but also adaptation. Because climate risks are real and our agro clients are affected by it. Therefore, we have made a catalog of investments that they can implement in order to mitigate those risks. Currently, around 90% of our loan portfolio is dedicated to green investments, and we have planned to keep growing this portfolio. Then, as I said, the second part is more related to the governance and how do we organize internally beyond the strategies. And definitely everything starts with the staff. And we have dedicated staff, both on the sustainability and the risk functions. However, we do train everyone. And I think this also resonates with the previous presentation. We are investing heavily in the trainings to all staff on all levels. For example, in 2024, we have invested more than 20,000 hours in trainings for the climate topics, but then also on the risk awareness trainings, 13,000 hours. And this really shows our commitment to really building this knowledge and awareness on each level that we can then transfer to our customers through the engagement and through the advisory role. Now, beside the dedicated staff and trainings, we also have established governance institutions or instruments. We have dedicated group sustainability steering committee and group ESG risk committee, which are treating the topics of ESG or climate risks on the board and supervisory level. And we are assuring accountability and including all the topics that are relevant. However, this does not stay only on the group level. We have those same committees on the subsidiary level, and this assures that the implementation also is followed up and the adequate governance is applied. So I hope that with this I have explained a bit our approach for this question on strategy.
Thank you, Katarina. It seems that there is an impressive governance structure when it comes to the ESG risk management in the holding. You've mentioned that you strive to lead by example, and you also mentioned that you have a very intense engagement with your clients in terms of educating them when it comes to this risk. May I use the opportunity as a moderator to just ask a sub-question to your reflection? What is the feedback of your customers, of your clients in this engaging and interaction process?
Yeah,
do you run some surveys maybe, or to just explore their feedback on your engagement and your role with them in this overall process?
Yeah, sure. So we started with workshops for the customers throughout this year in different countries, and the feedback has been really positive. Many of them did not have a lot of information on it, especially on the legal and regulatory requirements. So that has been one of the points that stood out, but then also on the opportunity of climate change. Because of course, in order to mitigate the risks we are exposed to, we first need to assess them and to identify which risks those are. But then on the other side, identification of the opportunities and support financially is something that makes change, and their role of financial institutions is coming as an enabler of mitigation or adaptation to climate change. So their feedback has been really, really positive. We did not make surveys. It is more verbal feedback that we have connected, but you can see directly that the clients are affected, that these are real stories and real realization of potential and direct plans that can be defined throughout these workshops. So that would be some first feedback.
Thank you, Katarina, for your insights. Of course, please.
May I just add on?
Sure.
Clients, I think we all have more climate cautious client base. Yeah, that's clear. The feedback we get, we included with the corporate clients the questionnaire in even now in our rating process, and we try really to be extremely transparent on that. The expectations from the corporate clients is that if we are delivering data, then the interest rate or the cost should be reduced. This is not flying at the moment in the way. And on the private side, people investing in funds, and we have 1.8 billion funds, 50 funds in Erste Asset Management, fulfilling all requirements, all green requirements. Private clients, individual clients are expecting higher returns on the green investment side, and unfortunately this does not fly at the moment, still at the moment, and it's not shown in reality at the moment. It reminds me a little bit, we had 30 years ago in Austria a discussion about eggs from caged chickens 30 years ago. No one wanted to eat eggs from caged chickens, but no one was willing to pay the price for eggs from chickens coming from the green grasses. So that's this, at the moment a similar situation for me. Feedback overall is definitely positive, and I think we constantly also train our people in this discussion with the clients. I think we need really personnel to have really the ability to explain and to have a questionnaire which is not too complicated, to not have too much burden on the corporate clients.
Please.
Just a short reaction to everything that was said. It's not the banks that are the problem, right? We have also joined the Net Zero Banking Alliance, signed UN principles for responsible banking, our top 5% in the world in sustainability ratings and so on. But guys, we're living in a hypocritic, inconsistent world. All big American banks and UK-based banks are out of the Net Zero BA. Let's call things by the name. What is the carbon footprint, end-to-end carbon footprint of a tank at the battlefield? What is the net carbon footprint on exploded bomb or a jet fighter? You can't credibly claim that we are working on a green agenda as long as we are shooting at one another in Europe, for crying out loud. Right? It's inconsistent. It's hypocritic. We can't credibly talk about green if we are shooting at each other. If we are not allowing Western Balkans country to be embraced and embedded into the heart of European Union, being surrounded by the European Union. That's just bullshit. Banks cannot solve it alone. European Union, as long as it's not one Europe, can't solve it alone. It's a lot of signing, a lot of talking, much less doing. China will be neutral in 2040, I claim. They didn't sign anything. They would just do it, right? Only e-mobility was one of the biggest delusions ever. No nuclear, one of the biggest delusions ever. And this was taken by Germany. Deindustrialization, degrowth. How, for crying out loud, are we going to finance the social state if we are not internationally competitive, creating enough value to redistribute? So there are two big aspects of Europe, and us being part of Europe, we simply need to understand. Security is number one. Without security, Europe will no longer be an independently minded continent, if you want. Trump has just challenged the fundaments of, the security context. It's not a given that US will provide it. So we need to invest a lot of money into defense. Carbon footprint of defense is what? We can install, whatever, heat pumps and batteries and solars and so on. It's nothing. It takes 7 liters of fuel to bring 1 liter of fuel to the battlefield. Imagine the carbon footprint of this fuel. It's hypocrisy, it's inconsistency, right? And the banks alone with regulators will not solve it. Guys, we all need to change as people. Humankind has gone nuts. That's why I'm consciously provoking on a bigger picture. Of course, we are all modeling. Of course, we are signing whatever. Of course, we are asking formulas, right? Forms from our clients. But it's not going to save the story. We need to change as people. That's why I consciously said it starts with every single individual in society. It should not be in the mind of a child to drop a wrapper of the candy on the floor because his mother or father would never do that. A cigarette box thrown out of the window into National Park of Mavrovo. Who does that? We need to change because we are the barbarians. We need to change in our hearts, and then we can talk green. Thank you.
Well, thank you. The points, the questions that you have raised are highly relevant in this globally very hectic world where we see turbulences and changes that are impacting the overall global architecture. But at the end of the day, I think that it's more than clear that the risks that we are discussing today and that are highlight of this conference are still biting us. You've mentioned at the beginning of your reflection, which means that at least in our realm, what we are able to do, we should stay committed and continue further on.
Yes,
but we
I'm
do
not
agree,
undermining this.
yes, that there are global headwinds that we are all faced with, and it's very difficult for Europe, or particularly for small countries and regions like us to change the setting. But still, let us move on to the second round of questions. I think that by now it's already visible that there is awareness, there is an action, there are a lot of changes done in the governance structures, in the strategies, in order to embed these ESG considerations in the business profiles of the banks. But still, when it comes to identification of the risks, the measurement, the management, one of the common denominators for regulators, supervisors, and the banking industry is the issue of data availability and the quality of the data. You have raised the questions several times, but what I would like to hear at this second round of questions is maybe more specific reflection on how the banking industry is dealing with these issues. There is apparently a growing need for granular, firm-specific data. There is a progress in the EU in this vein, but mostly for the large companies that should adhere to the regulation. You brought the omnibus in the game. Maybe we can reflect on this issue as well. Katarina mentioned the external databases that are being used, and of course, all this is supportive for you as a banking industry in your environmental efforts. But there are challenges, particularly for small and medium-sized enterprises. There are also challenges for those banks that are operating in non-EU countries where the disclosure requirements are lesser. So just your view on how do you cope with data issues, and what do you see as a major obstacle in the data compilation, and how do you bridge over? And this second wave, maybe we can start vice versa and start with Katarina.
Yes, sure. I mean, yeah, I already mentioned some proxy data that is being used, and I think this is more or less the industry standard. So we all are using sector on geographical proxies when client data is missing. And many times climate data is missing. And this is also something that we realized through the engagement with the clients. They do not have it. And especially in the non-EU countries or non-corporate clients, as already was mentioned, like 95 to 100% of the clients in EU countries are now excluded by the omnibus. This really reduces significantly the availability of the data on climate emissions and so on. So basically, we are using PCAF methodology to estimate the emissions from our portfolio. And I think this is the standard from the whole banking industry, nothing new there. We are also trying to use different models, for example, joint impact model. And I think this is really relevant and connects to the fact that all industries should cooperate and invest and develop certain models that can benefit us all. But then on the other side, through our client engagement that I also mentioned, we managed to have a bit more granular data. This is a really tedious process. It requires a lot of efforts and a lot of investment from our side. But in general, it is consistent with our overall client approach and approach in working with the customers. So basically, we are emphasizing those customized solutions and advisory services to our customers. And this is why we have developed certain tools for them. As I mentioned, our customers do not have data on their emissions. When we are talking about microsector, those clients sometimes do not have even proper accounting on financials, and even less accounting on emissions or on carbon. This is why we have developed a tool CO2 calculator, which we provided to all our customers and actually to all companies in the countries where we operate. So it is available in 13 countries. And basically our customers or all companies can access and use really simple tool to quantify data. And this is somehow also useful for us as well, in order to stop using proxies and start having access to the real data. And of course, this investment required a lot of resources, a lot of research and development of the models internally for us, cooperation with external experts, IT companies, and this tool has been launched this year. So maybe in some future we can share a bit more on the feedback on the use. Then in addition to the calculator and this emission quantification tools, we also have risk tools, internal tools. One of them is ESG Risk Score, where we are using our available geolocation information. Of course, a lot of data is missing. So we need, again, to start with this geolocation to see which areas are exposed to floods, to fires, to droughts, and then to allocate certain risk indicators to those clients. And then on the other side, to also use proxies or the real data which is available through our calculator to quantify the score. We also use external tools, and I think this is really important. Whenever we do not have enough internal knowledge or internal data available in order to quantify risks. So one of those is Risk Climate Services, where we can have on portfolio, but also on the client level analysis. Now, regarding the point that you mentioned on insufficient understanding and evidence on the impact on credit risk parameters, I would like to share with the audience one example that we have been working on internally recently, and especially impact of data on decision making based on evidence on this topic of climate. So basically, we recently did one internal analysis related to green credit risk differentials in MSME portfolio. We have been analyzing users of 10-year panel data set across 11 banks in 13 countries, as I said. 12 countries, sorry, of ProCredit Group. And we covered 150,000 of customers on 380,000 loans. And we have analyzed what is the difference between green loans and regular loans on credit risk. And definitely, this analysis has proven that green loans, and particularly the loans for renewable energy and energy efficiency, have significantly better performance in risk than the non-green loans. And we are talking about double-digit number. This analysis is still not final and not published, therefore I cannot share more details, but I just want to show that the data, indeed, when available, and in our case, it's a bit more on the opportunity side and on the green loan portfolio, can actually give us really good insights. And unfortunately, we do not have good historical data on the climate risk side. However, we start working with what we have, using proxies, using all the available internal information, and then cooperating across the institutions in order to have better understanding and quantification. That would be from my side.
It seems you're doing a lot on bridging over the data gaps in order to have a more efficient management in the risks in your portfolio. So maybe we can proceed with Mr. Bucher on the data issues. Are there any specifics in your bank in this way that you would like to raise and pinpoint on the panel?
Yeah, in Austria, we are market leader on the private housing loan side and on large-scale development of large-scale housing loans. Yeah? In this field, there we have data which we can really connect to the individual square meter. So 50% of this volume, roughly, we already can connect to concrete projects and really client-related data. Other 50%, we are still working with proxies. As I said with the beginning, we will work with modeling assumptions, and external data. I think this is out of this package, and AI will help us. Every half year, if we continue, we are sometimes surprised what we in the meantime already get out of our AI models on those data. The goal is to keep the burden for the clients as low as possible. And we need the cooperation from the clients. As I said before, the percentage, how many are exempted, the clients, so we need the active cooperation from the clients. We will get that if we try as hard as we can to keep the burden for the clients as low as possible. On the SME side, we work together with the Austrian Kontrollbank, the export finance authority in Vienna, in Austria, on a lower level of complexity, to get for SME a data set which we can really count on in the future. There we are still working on that, and we share that definitely with the whole group. So housing, the large-scale loans, the SME, so we are really in different areas now, really to work hard on the data. So this is one challenge, and the other challenge, to be more precise, the second challenge is the training of the people, and to keep the awareness. And if Mr. Trump, as we quoted him before, is saying that climate does not interest him, we should not allow that our employees start to a little bit forget the topic. I think we have to keep the awareness, we have to keep them updated with face-to-face and online trainings on all segments of physical and transition risks.
So it's a kind of a blend between internal data, external collaboration, at the end of the day to have more efficient risk management, but also to lessen the burden on your clients, which seems like a nice comprehensive package in dealing with the data problems.
Just one sentence there. It is in all level of risk management. So in the risk materiality assessment, in the risk appetite, in the loan applications procedures, in the workout procedures, as we learned this morning, that assets might be devaluated, some of them. So in the whole chain in the bank, the topic is now implemented.
Thank you. Mr. Panayotou, how about the NBG?
Obviously, similar challenges also for us, especially when we started 5 years ago. I would say we were working on a very limited data set, which we had to build up. So on the corporate side, we were early to introduce questionnaires in order to gather data from our clients, both at the obligor level, around new data on their emissions, their production metrics, which we would then use to either estimate financed emissions or assess the level of risk for these clients, or on the transaction level, to actually understand whether we're talking about a brown client who is, however, investing in the right direction and towards their transition. Both had challenges. On the obligor side, of course, our larger clients had a lot of the information, because if they were working in high-emitting sectors, they were already ahead of the curve versus the banks. But as you were going down, there were a lot of data gaps. And we tried to address this issue at the systemic level. So we've now introduced a cross-bank platform where we have common questionnaires, simpler for the SMEs, more, let's say, granular for specific sectors and large corporates. And this is definitely in the right direction, because clients need to complete the questionnaire once, not every time they visit a different bank, having to complete a different questionnaire. And gradually, it builds up all of the database that is available to us banks. it's going to take years, and we see again that the smaller enterprises are having difficulties to complete this, but it's in the right direction. On the transaction side, I would say there's a lot of challenges because the regulation on EU taxonomy is complex to implement. It adds steps, it adds documentation. So in my mind, that needs simplification more versus the omnibus simplification, which creates new data issues for us. In retail, Heather mentioned it this morning, and it's a very interesting example around energy performance certificates. We need this information. We have it for the new flow because it's required to acquire a property, and therefore we'll have it at the stage of financing. But we need to remember that we went through a big crisis in Greece, so the new loans are only a small part of our total portfolio. We have a lot in the stock. And there we're facing this issue around getting access to the database of the Ministry of Environment and Energy. And you know, I don't hear the GDPR argument either because we have all of the personal data we could have on these clients anyway. This is data on the property, it's not personal data. So if we have, I think, better collaboration with the formal sector as well, we will be able to definitely improve the quality on the retail front as well and the mortgage book.
Thank you. You've mentioned again the omnibus. Apparently it's an issue now. It's a simplification package, but it looks like it's not a win-win position as it...
Our board was asking us about this, and you know, there is, I think, a sense that the omnibus will create benefits for everyone. For banks, it's creating the challenge that we will have a more gradual collection of data from some of our client base. Yes, it's good that they are, you know, given more time. On the other hand, you know, if we can have some compensatory measures in order to also support the work we need to do to improve data quality and availability, it would support us a lot.
Yes, since the omnibus lessens the burden on small and medium enterprises, they're small by size, but in terms of the number and the value added in general, they're dominating in all of our economies. But I think it's a good approach that you have tried to overcome the issue by deploying internal processes with your bank in order to bridge over and have a more comprehensive set of data for this part of the corporates.
It will take years, but in the meantime, we are working to also improve and enhance any proxies that we use to cover the data gaps.
Thank you. Mr. Brodnjak, your thoughts and the approach of FINALBE on the data issues in terms of measuring, mitigating, managing climate risks in your portfolio?
I mean, colleagues have said it all, so I'm pretty impressed about the lady from Procreate. I mean, you guys have really been doing this end-to-end very, very thoroughly. I'm asking myself whether, you know, asking and requiring reports and self-declarations of clients is, you know, going to do the trick. I think we have to do, and we have the same challenges, obviously. You know, what can we use in form of proxies? Are there some institutes? Could we have some central repositories on banking level, banking industry level, but then again, industrial level, specific industries know it better than us, right? Chamber of Commerce, could there be a central repository of real estate? Might be even easier than, of course, industrial exhaust and so on. On the other hand, I'm more challenged on my own. How can actually we move from push, which is requiring reports, introducing bureaucracy, to pull? Because, you know, any energy efficiency improvement project is actually beneficial, right? Any new renewable, you know, with batteries is obvious. In all these days, you have to have batteries on top because otherwise, economically, it doesn't necessarily fly at all anymore, right? Is beneficial. So how can we actually, through education, positive promotion, right, stimulus, actually make sure that there is much more pull happening and the projects are actually being, again, brought to the forefront? Because what we are missing currently because of challenged economics is, you know, kind of a standstill in renewable space, right? Wind and solar heavily challenged, right? Energy efficiency, you know, are a distance heating system. So it starts really with governments, cities, you know, Especially, I mean, the air of Skopje yesterday in the evening was not very high quality, frankly, right? And it's the same in Sarajevo, and it's the same in Pristina, and it's the same in Belgrade, right? So distance heating projects, can we fast forward these developments? For example, this has multiple effects. One distance heating system, right? One has multiple effects and can be actually government-sponsored or municipal level sponsored, and the banks are eagerly waiting for such projects. We are sitting on money, right? So any new projects, we are financing many wind parks, but we see some stagnation. We are financing many PVs now with batteries. We have developed the know-how in the meantime, but we are missing projects. So how can we together create more projects? How can we stimulate actually households to now do the PVs with the batteries and heat pumps in combination? How can we actually educate, train, and stimulate more of investment rather than ask for data? What will data tell us? It's a bureaucratic effort, you know, to manage the third decimal of, you know, carbon footprint instead of stimulating much more that have multiplication effects, right? So here I'm a bit torn apart personally. You know, is the answer in reporting and controlling, or is the answer in stimulating? You know?
If I can add something to this, was I think you're very right that, you know, we shouldn't over-regulate, and this is what I mentioned before also on the the EU taxonomy. I would rather finance a renewable energy project that makes sense and has the right elements, the storage, etc., even if I cannot classify it as green, because I know it's in the right direction. Maybe I do not have all of the excruciating detail on the documents to prove that it is green in my classification, but I know that it's in the right direction. So we need to go a little bit, I think, in some cases, back to basics and to rational decision making based on the facts that we have, and try to build the fact base as we go.
Something to the discussion?
Yes, I really would invite, I mean, stimulation is the key word, yeah, and I really would invite also the supervisor authorities sitting here, yeah. I think we need to proactive, really in a close cooperation, start building a surrounding that investors are really ready and keen to invest. Yeah? And I can only stress the point, Blaž, we are willing and waiting. We are sitting on many deposits, yeah? In my eyes, too many deposits. Yeah? I would like to see them more to be spent for the economy and not sitting in the bank's accounts, yeah? But that's another topic in order to push GDP. The tone from the top in our group really motivated the colleagues here in Macedonia to do until now 120 million, 140 projects in this direction. And as you said, Blaž, each project is a step in the, and even if it's a small project, it is a step in the right direction. And even if it does not fulfill the green, 100% the green criteria, let's move forward to, and continue this process. So I think this cooperation is so important, yeah? And the lady from Germany in the morning said it as well, yeah? So please, you have to supervise us, yeah? But I think to manage the climate topic, it needs a looking forward common approach between politicians, between national banks, between Chamber of Commerce and the local banking industry. We are willing to do that, yeah? And I really was pleased with the invitation to come here, yeah? And really to show the commitment as the other colleagues, ProCredit and NLB, and you are doing, yeah? So I think take this, let's start tomorrow, please.
Thank you. Thank you for your reflection. Given the time constraint, maybe we should move further to the third wave of bank-specific questions shortly, and maybe we can start with you. Mr. Bucher, going back again to the green lending products, it seems that still, despite all these issues and dilemmas that we are opening now in terms of the data, etc., still there is a need for specific data in order to have an earmarked product as a green lending product, and it is kind of a way or kind of a tool to account for climate risks, but also to decarbonize your portfolio. So what is the share of green lending products in your overall portfolio, and what is the future bringing in terms of how do you assess the future evolution of the green finance in your overall portfolio? Of course, this is also closely related to your future plans on investing further in tackling the ESG risks in your bank.
I mean, Erste Group and Sparkasse gave a clear commitment that we are willing and ready to increase the green financing activities. In this area here, in the 6 countries where we are present, except Kosovo, but all other countries we are present here in the area, we already did 1.3 billion of green financing, and showing a growth rate from 24 to 25 of 20, even 25, 28%. So the yearly growth rate, we fully expect here, this is one of the major activities for our group in the next years. Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Brodnjak, maybe we can move further with you. Just in order to give your insight in better understanding the challenges in this specific area, the climate risk management for your bank, given the fact that predominantly you operate in non-EU countries, so they have weaker ESG regulations, just your reflection of what are the specific challenges do you face and what strategies do you deploy in order to address them?
They are not much different than in Slovenia, frankly. I mean, data access is, of course, a bit better in Slovenia because we have some institutes that have been dealing with this a bit longer. But generally, the challenges are very, very comparable. Of course, okay, the quality of air and, there is not necessarily garbage next to the road in Slovenia does not mean that, of course, we are much better off. The challenge in Western Balkans, obviously, is significantly deteriorated quality of air. And this I see also critical one because I met, for example, many young people that said that they left the country because of that, right? And if we are actually losing people on climate-related and or, of course, ESG, right, green transition-related topics, it has to become automatically a focus point. So, distance heating would have to become immediately top priority, right? Ljubljana has the ambition to, in 5 years, be 100% distantly heated, 100%, right? Incinerations of waste, for example, instead of having waste all over the country, Vienna is doing this very well, and Slovenia is actually exporting our waste to Vienna to be burnt, imagine. It's 20 million euro a year municipality of Ljubljana is paying to the municipality of Vienna to burn the waste, right? So now we will be building, obviously, 2 incineration facilities in Slovenia, one in Ljubljana and one in Maribor. There is one smaller in Celje, by which actually we will burn our entire waste and use this for distance heating. So controlled, centralized burning, incineration, right? With, of course, very, very tight filtering system, and then use this energy for heating and partly electricity production as well. And this is, every bigger city in the region is automatically a candidate for incineration facility with distant heating capacity attached to it, for example, right? There is a lot of space here for solar, there is a lot of space for wind still, but of course now this complexity is being added that you obviously need a storage because otherwise the grids can't handle it. The grid upgrade is absolutely necessary, right? So the electricity grid upgrade is the key, as the essence of everything. And this is the next big wave of investment we are all looking forward to as, financing parties to it. And that's a common phenomenon of Europe. I mean, also in Germany, you can't actually have, massive, charging stations next to the bigger blocks of flats because the grid doesn't take it, right? So the massive push to e-mobility without proper upgrade of grid is anyhow impossible. That's why I said before it was delusional because, we are not ready infrastructurally. But then again, there is, of course, maybe a bit, but also, fast railways, for example, right? You need railway to Greece and, to Belgrade and Budapest and Zagreb and Vienna. This has to be connected with higher railways, which is also addressing, obviously, cargo, not being transported by trucks, and lorries to the roads, but moved obviously to rails, right? There is a lot of basic infrastructure that is still missing. And please don't get surprised, in Slovenia we have the same challenge. You can't go by train to Koper. You could in the times of Maria Theresia, you can't now. As much as it sounds ridiculous. It is the fact, right? So now we are building the second railway, but very unfortunately with one track only, and the second is only to come, instead of having fast railway from Port of Koper to Spielfeld in Austria and to Lendvai in Hungarian border, for example. And there is a massive burden of trucks on Slovenian roads, for example, which introduces significant stretch. Transit traffic is a significant burden for the environment, for example, right? So this is basic infrastructure build-up, and it's in the hands of local government, local municipalities. There is a lot of supranational money, there is a lot of commercial banks money, there is a lot of money to take, but projects need to be ready. That's the challenge, as I see it. Projects are not getting ready. And that's not, that's also true for Slovenia, by the way, not only the countries that we are operating in out of Slovenia.
Thank you. Mr. Panayotou, you are the General Manager for Transformation and Strategy in the bank. Prospectively, how do you see ESG, or climate and environmental, more specifically? How do you factor it in your future long-term strategy of the bank? Put it in another way, do you envisage additional resources to be invested in dealing with the risk and supporting the sustainability efforts?
I think we said it already that climate risk, climate transition, it's a long-term game. So, of course, it will be continuously a part of our strategy. I think the challenge here is to remain ahead of the developments in the different sectors, to really understand what are the drivers and what is coming next. So we mentioned storage, there's going to be carbon capture, alternative fuels, etc. There are more new clean tech which we don't have available at this stage, but will come into play potentially after 2030. So we need to stay ahead of these developments, and we really need to deeply understand where our clients are going so that then we are able to support the right projects. This is with respect to the corporate segment. I think with respect to the retail segment, we need to make things easier. So probably the way that the markets are evolving, we will need to work within big ecosystems, be it the housing ecosystem, so acquiring a property, doing energy upgrades, getting the financing, finding the materials, finding the suppliers who will do the work. So all of this needs to be somewhat, if not in a one-stop shop, in a common, easy platform for the clients to be able to access it. Similarly, there's the mobility ecosystem. That's the other one that's really impacting climate. So we need to work more with partnerships, and I think in retail there still need to be, as I said before, more incentives. This with respect to the overall strategy. Now, do we need to continue investing in people? Yes, in data. Yes, in systems. Yes, I think I'll focus on the people front, and we heard it a bit before. It's not just dedicated teams, which we have now under sustainability strategy or under risk or under compliance. It's also the people in the front line that interact with clients or that create products for clients. So we need to keep working on that, on upskilling people, on awareness, so that we are able to also reach our clients directly.
Thank you. And Katarina, only briefly, we do see that when it comes to the ProCredit holding, the data shows that you demonstrate superior ESG profile. Just briefly, can you elaborate more on your experience with the KPIs in the environmental area in terms of their definition and the action plans for their achievement?
Yeah, sure. So I already mentioned some of the aspects, so I would not like to repeat, but yeah, of course we have a climate action strategy and climate transition plan, which are basis for our KPIs. And then of course the KPIs that we are following are financed emissions from our loan portfolio. Definitely, so we are annually accounting and constantly improving the quality of those indicators. Then we have a green loan portfolio, which is really important for mitigation of the risks. I already mentioned, as of 2024, 90.3% of our loan portfolio was green, and we have issued 10,000 loans to MSMEs in our countries of operation. So we, of course, have targets to follow up on this and to continuously grow our green loan portfolio. Then we have client engagement and targets for this, which are accepted by or actually well communicated and in ownership of our business colleagues. So basically, by 2027, we are aiming to engage with customers responsible for 28% of our portfolio emissions. So this is why we have developed all those tools in order to support them. And then, of course, on climate risks, key RIs, key risk indicators, we also are following up on the exposures that have high environmental risk, high transitional risks, and all the clients where the assessment has been made. This also helps us to improve our internal management and to work with the clients better. And maybe one fast mention on some of the tools that help us to achieve this. I already mentioned CO2 calculator. For the clients, I will not repeat about that, but then also our internal tool to quantify impacts from our green loans, which is really relevant, and I think it goes in line with digitalization and overall digital approach and usage of AI. So we are having an internal tool that is helping us to quantify those impacts of our green loans based on our green lending methodology, which is really relevant for us and this proactive services that we are giving to the clients. So yeah, I will stay here.
Thank you. Thank you to you all for your very insightful, but I must say very open discussion that we highly appreciate. We are behind the schedule, but still I would like to open the floor for one question from the audience, if there is any. No? If not, then maybe we can close the panel. This is the end of the panel. I had a different closure in mind, but I was inspired by Mr. Brodnjak. I know it's very difficult at this current juncture to think about climate and environmental risks when in Europe the most frequently used expressions are defense, military, level playing field of Europe compared to US, the rapid penetration of artificial intelligence, but still, given the high stakes when it comes to climate and environmental risks, again, to emphasize, I don't think that we should relegate this issue. So as we move forward, I think it's important that we continue to share our insight, our best practices, to foster a culture of transparency, commitment, and accountability when it comes to the environmental issues. So once again, let me thank you to all the panelists for their valuable perspective and to all of you for your engagement. Thank you.
Dear guests, you're welcome to join us for lunch served in the lobby. Enjoy the meal. See you in the next session. Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, let's move to the third session, Climate Change and Financial Stability. We kindly invite the moderator and the panelists to take their seats on stage. In this session, the moderator, Mr. Farr, will first give a short overview of the ECB approach to climate-related financial stability risks, after which we will continue with the panel discussions with our distinguished guests. Thank you.
So, indeed, hello for the afternoon session. We will have this panel split into two parts. I will give the introductory presentation, and then we will follow with the individual panelists. So I'll start with a presentation, if possible. The presentation is structured into two parts. I'll wait for the slides. Yes, thank you very much. So the presentation is divided into two parts. One on surveillance and the second part on stress testing. There was recently a publication last week on the climate-related stress tests by the ECB, and so I'd like to share some insight from there. But first, let's go to the surveillance, and we'll have that kind of first on the framework and then covering both the transition risk and the physical risk. Now, surveillance frameworks have been developed for some time, and both at national institutions, European institutions, but now this framework that you can see on this slide has been developed by the Financial Stability Board and has been published back in January of this year. So the important part for the surveillance is frameworks that we have is to combine both the climate-related elements together with institution-specific risks, as well as the risk for the overall economy and the financial system. And so we start out with on the left-hand side, with transition and physical risk that may actually interact. Delays in the transition strengthen the risk from physical climate risk. And then we have interactions that take place in the non-financial sector, sovereigns, households, non-financial corporations. And from there on, it is moving towards the financial system, and where we can see first the individual financial institutions' specific risks, like credit risk, liquidity risk, underwriting risk, as well as market risk at the bottom, that affect banks, insurance companies, investment funds, so the entire plethora of financial institutions individually. Now, the best documented one is the credit risk that is encircled there, but there are obviously amplification mechanisms that are at the bottom to be found. So, for example, common portfolio exposures or pro-cyclical behaviors are these types of amplifications that exist from the financial sector over to the non-financial sector and back to even to the climate-related risk. Now, why are these frameworks important? Though they may be kind of common knowledge or so, it is to check for ourselves: are we doing the surveillance on all parts of the branches, so to say? What I already said is that credit risk is the most documented and most researched risk, but as we can see, there are the other risks that are there as well. And there are the interactions between the financial institutions that lead to these amplifications. Now, how has the ECB kind of addressed this? And we go for the next slide by looking at what types of indicators in there. Now, we have three groups of indicators: those that are clearly climate related, like physical hazards or temperature, that are in green. But then there are a bunch of exposure metrics, and both for the real economy as well as for the financial sector that is exposed to the real economy itself. And this both on both sides, namely on the transition and on the physical risk side, and these are all captured in yellow. And we add to that the developments on market financing. Now, this is not yet risk. The risk is only once we kind of have the losses and consider the losses, and it's actually the hardest part to do, and most institutions do that through stress tests. We have that for the transition and for the physical risk separately to have. But also the financial market itself, like for example, take the greenium is one metric that is used there in the market risk. Last but not least are the systemic risks when we put this all together and account for the amplifications. And for example, our value chains are one mechanism of transmission that occur, that lead then to systemic risk forward. Now, what I'll do is I'll move to one slide on physical risk in order to have the challenges on there, and that's on the next slide. But all these, for all those transmission channels that we see on this slide, we have kind of developed indicators that you may find in the publication that I share as well in this presentation. So next slide, yes, please. So physical risk it has been the new animal, so to say, the more complex animal. And why has that been the case? Well, because of the multiple data sets and multiple data that one needs to kind of bring together in one place. And what we see here is we need to tap the geolocation as a first one, then the hazards that we kind of find, and they are multiple of them, to combine that information with the assets and the asset location, again, which is tough. We often find that the asset location, not in form of the specific asset, but in the form of the legal entity, that is, the firm may be in a specific location at risk, but it's the headquarters of that firm, and it is not kind of the assembly line, and hence when we have data gaps, especially on that front. And last but not least is the impact. So for that, the impact is not a full destruction always of physical assets or the collateral, but it is kind of partial destruction. And so the question becomes, how much is that destruction taking place? For floods, we have good damage functions, but what about droughts? What about heat waves that may occur? Here, the impact, or the economic impact, is way more difficult to measure, and hence that's where we have the lack of the data. So further data improvements are needed, obviously, on the granularity of the exposures to really match the asset location, and that remains a challenge also for a numerous set of European countries and the national central banks. Now, this was the first part that I gave in terms of the overview for a surveillance. A second part on the next slide is regards the stress testing. And I mentioned that we have a publication recently, kind of last week, where we have the stress tests of climate-related risk that we added to the EU-wide stress tests that were conducted together between the ECB, the EBA, and the ESRB. The extension, the climate extension, is part of a macroprudential stress test report, abbreviated MASTER, which is broadening the stress test methodology, and that I recommend to have a look at. Now, we will go into two parts. The first one is really on what has been the extension, kind of dynamic balance sheets, on the next slide. And this is a major important part. Normally, the EU-wide stress tests are done on static balance sheets. But there are changes that are implied if we move towards dynamic balance sheets. So this is outside of the climate related part. The first thing is that there is that banks deleveraging actually improves a CET1 ratio. So the decline that we see in the EU-wide stress test of 3.5% in the CET1 ratio is not so strong due to the deleveraging. At the same time, exactly because of the deleveraging and because of less credit growth, there is a stronger effect that happens on the GDP side. And I wanted just to kind of have this main insight from moving from static to dynamic balance sheet, because this will influence also the climate results that come on the next slide. So we have two parts on those, on the climate stress test. One is on transition risk that comes here. The idea is that there is a stronger investment taking place into green technologies that is needed, that is required, and this is on the left scale, where we go from an average investment kind of in the first year of 400,000 per firm, going up to 1.2 million per firm in 2027. So it is a short-term scenario that is done, that is complements the longer-term scenarios of the NGFS. So what does this additional investment do? Well, it requires funding, and hence the leverage of companies increases, as well profitability declines due to the higher amortization that is taking place over 10 years for these new green technologies. Now, this, the sectors that are most impacted are obviously the high energy sectors like mining, manufacturing, electricity and water that see PDs increase by up to 50% over those 3 years. And in the model, in the middle panel, you see the loan losses, the increase in the loan losses under this transition risk. And on the right-hand side, there are three distributions of CET1 capital ratios. The blue one is the one for banks exposed to high energy-intensive sectors. So they are facing kind of an impact of losses of CET1 ratio of 100 basis points at the mode from these high exposures to these high energy-intensive firms. The second stress test is on physical risk, and this is on the next slide, where we have three types for each region, so to say. The challenge was to get all the data together, as I mentioned, and there are overall three effects that may happen to a firm. The first effect is a direct effect of any kind of hazard hitting a specific firm. A second effect is due to the regional kind of interruptions of transportation or any specific services that may be in the region. So this is a very regional impact. And the last one is a more macroeconomic GDP impact that is traditional for the PD models that are being used. Now, all three are estimated separately, meaning what's the impact of hazards that have hit individual companies is being estimated in that kind of quantification, but also one identifies the regional impacts that have taken place. Now, in this scenario, we see we have categorized the individual firms by flood score from 0 to 5, and that's the left panel, and we have 22,000 firms that are in the highest category, that are those that are being stressed, meaning that these are the firms that are being affected by hazards that occur. I send to the documentation more for the details, but overall, the capital depletion of this kind of leg of the stress test leads to another 77 basis points of capital reduction. So taking together, we have the transition part and the physical risk part modeled in a first go, relatively detailed, and these losses come in addition to the adverse scenario of the EU-wide stress test. I hope that this gives kind of a bit of an example of where we stand currently at the ECB. It is really hot off the press and brings us insights for how to model stress tests for these two types of risks. That's, so to say, for the introductory presentation of that. With that, I would kind of open the panel, and what we have is we have a panel of very distinguished speakers from the different central banks and also from the EIB. What has happened in the last years, and we have seen that this morning, is that financial stability risks from climate change are being incorporated into the assessment frameworks of central banks. And we want to, in this panel, understand better what have been the advancements of these frameworks in the different central banks, but also what have been the challenges that people have seen, and how have they overcome certain challenges on the way. So to learn from this experience and from these challenges, we'll have, I have 5 speakers: Maroje Lang, Vice Governor of the Croatian Central Bank. Thanks for being with us. David Utashvili, Head of Financial Stability, National Bank of Georgia. Then Nathan Garstea, Director of Financial Stability Department, National Bank of Moldova. Good to see you. And Ashot Petrosyan, Head of Financial Stability Development Center from the Central Bank of Armenia, as well as Matteo Ferrazzi, Principal Advisor from the EIB, from the European Investment Bank. Good to have you here all. Having introduced the panel, I'll briefly describe the modalities. We'll have a first round of questions, and then we'll follow up with more specific aspects on surveillance, risk assessment, data availability, and stress testing. And towards the end, we open up for questions from the public. So, with that, let me address our first panelist, Majore. So the CNB has been proactive with regard to climate change and environmental protection. At the end of 2023, you have adopted a climate strategy and an action plan that clearly reflects the CNB's commitment to face the challenges of climate change and provides guidelines for future action. What I'd like to know is, what has been your experience with the action plan and in the assessment of climate-related risk for financial stability? Perhaps you can also share some next milestones that you have and how you have been overcoming challenges. Thank you.
So thank you, Stephen. We started working with the issue of climate change only a couple of years ago. The first major event that we had back home was in 2020 during the Corona crisis, where a couple of us presented to the board and to the executive directors that climate change and the issue related to it is something very real, and that it will soon become part of our regular activities. Everybody was a little bit concerned, but in a year or two it became obvious that we need to come some kind of a common approach. And this common approach was very easy to do, because in the meanwhile, European Central Bank and we as a member of the European Union got involved in so many climate-related issues that all different sectors were working on that. So we said, it is new, it is difficult, how to approach something like that? Let's come together. So we set up a small working team, well, not so small, basically consisting of almost all sectors within banks. I think that only 2 sectors that are not involved is consumer protection and payment system. Cash is very much involved, but payment system was something that we could not really pinpoint closely how to do. To come together, there are 2 members from each part. There is one executive member, either director or executive director, plus some kind of expert, and we come together to meet regularly, and we set up a strategy. Strategy was very simple. We said, let's each of us write what we want to achieve, not more, but what we want to achieve over the next 3 years. Because it is new, it is difficult, we need to learn, not put too high standards. So we started doing it and hold regular meetings, and it went very well. In terms of financial stability, was a particular challenge because we economists did not know on the level of country people who knew what a possible impact of climate change. So first papers were written by members of the IMF, then a few academics, but not very much. It was much more physicists, climate scientists. We had a lot of meetings with them. And then it was really key ECB and different Eurosystem committees that all were working in that area. We were lucky that we had a colleague who were working for financial stability in one of these major European stress tests, which involved not only the central bank but more. So started slowly, did some kind of first impact on extreme weather events, on inflation and GDP. It was relatively simple analysis where we found out that droughts are the biggest problems for the price movement. So, and this is something similar was done recently by the ECB, saying that droughts have contributed almost to 0.5% higher inflation of food items in 2023, I think it was the number. So basically we see that climate change is impacting on our primary mandate. In terms of financial stability, we are slowly moving. Why we are slowly moving? Even though EU is, I think European Commission is producing very good analysis of climate and environmental risks. But how to move them to economic issues is very difficult. And here we face the issues that we were discussing earlier, data gaps, how to map together this kind of physical risk and transitional risk to enterprises and produce some kind of risk. Where we are standing right now is that this summer we have published 2 brief boxes analysis in our financial stability report, where we explained physical risk and transitional risk, where we used granular data for either geolocation for physical risks and for companies for transition risks. We used some kind of database. It might be available in Macedonia as well. We had very good database on financial accounts by companies where they have a amount of spending for energy. So we use this, we don't have data on their emissions, but we have how much money every company is spending on energy. So using that data together with sectoral, I think we managed to get some kind of reasonably good proxy. And I will just say one last thing. So we are moving, we are really developing our stress testing understanding economy due to climate risks, but actually climate risk is only one of the risks that exist in the financial system which can materialize. And by adopting all those new methods, this kind of granular approach allows us to ask new questions. One of the questions which we had to answer recently, what was the impact of this Russian aggression on Ukraine and the increase of the energy prices? We immediately used the same framework for answering another question related to financial stability, which is not climate. So I think that climate is very important, but actually we are developing this granular approach in a way that will be used way beyond the climate to approach different types of macroeconomic and financial stability risks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maroje. Perhaps I take this. It's a really an endeavor, no, to start doing the climate work, and then a discovery, so to say, of new data sets, new methodologies, and so this is where the spillovers of learning come into play. One learns the methodologies from those that are next door, or data sets that have been used elsewhere that are new, and how best to combine them. That's really insightful. Nathan, perhaps moving to you, the National Bank of Moldova published a sustainable finance roadmap just June this year, or last year. And with an action plan from 2024 to 2028, and including developing a taxonomy. Perhaps kind of standing at a different stage, you could share with us what your insights have been with that taxonomy and what challenges you face currently.
Yeah, thank you very much. It was a difficult endeavor to start with this roadmap because usually in these cases everyone is asking who have to be responsible for that and which of the authorities will take the lead for this. In the case of Moldova, National Bank took the lead, and we created, with the help of World Bank, with IFC, we created a roadmap for sustainable finance with 4 pillars. First of all is increasing awareness and capacity building, because for all of us it was something new. Second one is elaborating and putting in place the taxonomy. Third one is implementing some ESG regulation in banking law and banking regulation. And fourth one is transparency, market discipline, and information disclosure. So it's kind of very big. And one of the main challenges was to bring everyone on board, because we created a working group with everyone related, with ministries, with our Commission for Financial Markets, with ONGs, so there is everyone, and it's kind of hard to push everyone to move forward in a high pace, because we moved very fast. And at the beginning, with taxonomy, you have to answer for 2 questions. First of all, what kind of taxonomy we want to put in place? Initially, we were thinking about something smaller, more suitable for our economy and for our priorities. And we were looking to Georgia as an example of this kind of taxonomy, but in the process of working, we became a candidate for accession for EU, so we have to switch to full EU taxonomy. And now we are in the final phases of it's already written, and it is in the process of approval. And the second of big question, who will approve it? Because we were not sure if government will be so fast to be on board with us. So we went with idea we will write down the taxonomy. If government won't be ready, we will approve it only for the banks, and the Commission for Financial Market will approve it for investors and green bonds. But in time, government, they understand the importance, and now the final version is, it will be approved by government. It will be general for all kinds of activities, so it will be for budgeting projects, and they also can be considered in line with taxonomy for capital markets and for the banks. This is kind of, it is not small part, it's big important, but we still have also very a lot to do with ESG, implementing ESG in banks and in banking regulation. Well, our Department of Financial Stability are working on climatic risk stress testing. We are at the phase of collecting data, and as everyone is saying, there are very few data, and you have to put a lot of information together to find some proxies maybe for needed data. We are working with our authorities to start generating more data that will be needed, because stress testing is very important for the next phase, ESG, and taking into account this risk for the banks, especially because these are long-term risks, and they are usually far longer than, I don't know, banks focus on their policies. It is also longer than usually political focus on problems, because, well, focus is 4 years between elections. If you have a 20-year problem, well, no one will look at it now. So we seeing stress testing as a tool to show the risk and implication, and to bring everyone to understand the importance of this and to start acting prior to this, because, well, everyone knows this example with the frog in the pot with water that is slowly heating up, and the frog isn't acting until it's too late. And well, it's a very good analogy and a very scary analogy, because we all are in a pot that is warming up, and a lot of us doesn't understand the risks and the implication. I hope we will understand it until it will be too late.
Thank you very much, Nathan. It shows that kind of on the way, there is not only the technical parts that are difficult, finding data, methodologies or so, but also the competence. So who is in charge? And I hope that is not kind of bringing the frog itself the reason to stay in the boiling water. But also it shows that kind of stress testing is on your mind, kind of as a next steps that need more preparation. And here perhaps David, you from the National Bank of Georgia has started this year phase 2 of its sustainable finance roadmap, and has a sustainable finance report on an annual basis since 2021. Maybe you can share with us a bit from your experience, kind of multi-year experience so far, including from stress testing, if possible, and what you see as kind of challenges for the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for this question. Yeah, we have started this journey back in 2017, so already quite some time. But again, we have done a lot, I think, but still a lot of work is ahead. So I'll try to briefly summarize where we are. So initially, you know, we are at Central Bank as a regulator, so we are normally used to practice that we issue regulation and then it works in a normal supervisory process. But when concerning about climate risks, things have not been so simple, because we started with basically, as most other country, in the corporate governance code, we put a couple of paragraphs at the bank's management and a board and a strategy to take into account the climate-related risks. But soon we realized that banks, like we have 15 banks, but when they started to work about it, they could not find 15 people in the country who would potentially know, what they could do. So capacity and knowledge had been a big problem. So the way we try to address it, we then issued an ESG risk management guideline, which provided more detailed insights, how we should approach certain things. But it turned out that still, even if you give detailed recommendations or guidelines, then banks need to implement it through different tools. And it turns out that every bank almost had to replicate and do the same thing, basically, because climate risk is more general, not a bank specific or not necessarily related to bank's risk appetite. So we then had to develop tools like ESG Risk Radar, which is like summarizing which sectors, having grading sectors by the risk, or like due diligence tool, how to classify each company, what's their risk. A borrower company also like standardize a questionnaire, for example, what they feel in each bank, so the companies face same approach across the banks, or it was GAG emission tool and so on. So it turns out that most of the tools have been developed by the central bank. Of course, it has its own challenges and benefits. Benefits are clear because the approach you develop, when you develop so much things as a regulator, then banks can complain that I don't have resources, I don't know where to start, because you say, this is how you start and how you finish. So at least it's very supportive for banks, and also you ensure comparability and consistency across banks, because it's a big problem. In countries like Georgia, I think we face similar challenges. Market is concentrated. There are big players and small players, and if you have a new initiative, normally big players take the advantage, take the markets, and they become even bigger, and small players have enough resources to develop things and frameworks. So when central bank is proactive, it helps, that all the market players more or less follow the approach. And with all this, of course, the final step has been the stress testing, and stress testing framework is, it took us around 1.5 to develop the framework. Of course, data gap is always there. And unfortunately, I can say that it has been mentioned that there are main data parameters like geolocation and other things. Unfortunately, in countries like Georgia, this data is always missing, and all of the burdens are right now on the bank side. So when they issue loan, they need to actually collect this data. And of course, it has its own challenges to ensure consistency across banks or accuracy and so on. And plus, all these things are more or less, I will not say it's voluntary, of course it's mandatory, but again, there are no capital incentive, other incentive. We have the private sector here, and they were speaking about that, what are the commercial part of it. So sometimes it's hard to ensure data quality if there are no huge penalties either, or some advantages for private sector. So data gap challenges are there. And also, another challenges we face is that if you try to be very tough, for example, if you have like exclusion risks and other kind of instruments to promote more proper ESG risk management, then the problem is that you may end up part of the political process, because this agenda should normally come from elected government, not the central bank. Otherwise, there could be some industries which are affected by central bank policies. And those industries, for example, the mining industry, they may say that due to the central bank policy, we can take credit, so we can't increase the salary to miners. So you may end up in a political process you don't want to. So that's another challenge, how you coordinate all this with your state government, so that it is government driven, not by central bank. So the central bank has its own limitation due to its mandate. So that's another challenge we face. Maybe it's briefly, and then we could elaborate.
Thank you very much. So indeed, collecting data remains a very tough part, and you have kind of made the choice to actively bring banks into the loop of generating this data when originating loans. This obviously has a shortcoming that the stock of loans is much larger than the flow, and hence this requires quite some time until it covers all loans there. Also, you indicated the challenges with consistency, consistent treatment across banks, and how to go about that, and especially not to be too much involved into the policy part of the equation when one is the regulator and one is, so to say, the climate taker and not the climate maker or kind of policy maker. No, thanks for that. And yes, so this brings me to you, Ashot, on the panel. And the Central Bank of Armenia has adopted a national roadmap for sustainable finance in 2023 with 4 major pillars. And as part of this roadmap, the Financial Stability Department released a very comprehensive ESG risk radar to assess the risk in Armenia. Maybe Could you elaborate what the roadmap means more specifically for the assessment of climate-related risk and financial stability? And could you tell us about the challenges that maybe you have had with your tools, perhaps also with the risk radar? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we started a bit later compared to our neighbors. For example, compared to Georgia, we started only in 2021, the ESG journey. And our first step, as you mentioned, was the roadmap. We developed it with the biggest help of GGF Foundation. And this was like the first official step. And about the challenges from the last part of your question, I don't want to repeat every time, but of course the capacity and awareness was the biggest issue that we had. We still are having it, and I don't think that we solved, but from the beginning, first stages, the awareness was really very, very big problem. We have a joke, and I usually tell this joke recently, that when we first set up the working group with the banks, we have 17 banks in Armenia, by that time 18. Only several of them had dedicated people who every time join our work meetings. Mostly the banks send whoever who is more or less free on the day we have the meeting. So one day it will be some guy, next time we are gathering and we have some totally different guy on our work group member. But recently, during the last 1 year, we just realized that we have totally dedicated people from all 18 banks in Armenia. They are 17 now, but again, so in every bank we have already dedicated people, dedicated division, dedicated structure, and this is the biggest win for us so far based on this roadmap, and the biggest pillar was the capacity building. About risk management tool, yes, we put a lot of stress on this as well, and as you already told, we even 2 years ago we started the publication of Risk Radar, and this year we a little bit changed the methodology and made some updates. But what we realize that we need also to add some climate hazard data into this Risk Radar to become it more complex. And that's why recently we started a new project based on satellite high-resolution pictures. We just gathered because we have some experts, GIS experts who do this, of course. I'm not the expert of GIS maps, but what we do, we gather lots of data of satellite pictures, and based on this data, we are going to have a main climate hazard map for Armenia, and as a result, you will just click on any settlement of Armenia. We have almost 1,000 settlements in Armenia, and by clicking on each of them, you will have the final list of which hazards are most probable in this exact settlement. And we hope that this will really help too much to cover the biggest gap that we have. Of course, we have some state services like Meteo service, but they don't have that much data, and the data and the technical capacity of these services, they are a bit old, so they don't have enough proper data for this. And also about stress testing, very shortly, that we finalized the transition stress testing, and soon we are going to publish the first results and the first scenarios made for Armenian banking sector. And so far we see that our financial system is sustainable for transition risks. And next year we are going to start the physical risks. I guess the biggest impact in case of Armenia will be from physical risks and not transition, but we will see what results we will have. If being short, this is the main agenda.
No, thanks a lot, and it shows that kind of being exposed to climate change and addressing it at the central banks also invites strongly to innovation, kind of incorporating the satellite imagery that you have mentioned. Just like Maroja mentioned before, that kind of the methodologies that are being used in climate change can be used then also for other applications. No, very, very good. This brings me to Matteo from the European Investment Bank. Obviously, you are not a central banker, but you have a very important role as a multinational development bank in order to providing support and promoting best practices in the region. So one of the initiatives is the Greening Financial Sector Program by the EIB. And I would like to know that what has been, so to say, the advancements there, and what has been your insights from that program, both here in Macedonia, North Macedonia, but also in the regions with other countries more generally, and how you kind of tackle challenges that you face on your side with assessing climate risk. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Stefan. So you heard already the name of this program this morning. I think we were talking about Bosnia. So the program Greening the Financial Sector is covering at the moment 12 countries, but 3 more are in the pipeline. These countries are including Armenia or North Macedonia, Bosnia, Albania, and Ethiopia, Rwanda, and many other countries. The main shortcoming of the program is that it's not covering more countries. So it's donor funding, and we were able to implement the program in a number of countries. So what the program is about, mainly connecting the banks and the policymakers. So it is targeting the central banks and the commercial banks on climate finance topics, and with 2 different angles. One is the credit risk, the climate risk management, and the other one is the opportunity side, so climate finance. And that's these 2 sides are very important because we are not naive. We are not doing just green for being green, but banks are risk adverse, and right so, because they need to protect depositors. And in this sense, we are tackling the risk side, but also profit-driven, and also right so. And then there are a lot of opportunities that we were able to spot. So when we speak about central banks, we were helping the central banks to develop policies, regulations, standards, and regulatory alignment, especially with the international standards and especially with the EU standards. As we said this morning, EU is quite advanced, we can say, I think, in this realm. And then in parallel, we were helping commercial banks, and commercial banks on the tool and strategies, on the stress test, on transition plans. This was on the risk management side, but also on the green opportunity side, with developing helping on the taxonomies, and especially creating green products. And the program in North Macedonia, so the overall program started in 2021, and North Macedonia is already in a very advanced phase. The program here is working really wonderfully. We have seen big engagement by top 4 banks in the country. In North Macedonia, the program is tackling the central bank and the commercial banks, but there is also a very interesting addition, because one of the banks is also helping 3 clients to decarbonize. So the top 3 most polluting clients are helped with their transition plan to transition, and so this is also beneficial for the banks. This is going into the broader context of this support, this TA assistance is going in a broader context of a very strong push for climate, still ongoing, despite all the international, let's say, instability. For the European Investment Bank, climate is still the #1 priority, and I think it's not only a matter of priority, but of numbers. So we have a target, the European Investment Bank has a target of at least 50% of climate finance. So the bank that is the lending arm of the EU Commission is also the climate bank now. And last year we reached 60%. So in terms of new lending, 60% is devoted to climate action, and all the activities are Paris aligned. So in this context, we try to find all the ways to support the climate transition. As I said, I think the main defect of the program that is not broader in touching the entire spectrum of countries, but it is working very well in the countries where the program is in place, especially in North Macedonia as well. This is a very good experience.
Thank you very much, Matteo. So this shows kind of you're playing a very important role now to disseminating good practices in order to do the assessment, and at the same time doing the investments that are needed to ensure the transition with your 60% of lending already in green finance. So this concludes our first kind of set of questions to the panelists. I'd like to open the second part in the following way. I have questions for each one of you, but maybe in order to have a bit more of interactions, others may chip in and come into play. So perhaps starting with you again, Maroje, you have been very much involved in kind of international setup with other institutions, including those from the European Union, the European Central Bank, and the NGFS on that sort. How do you see that the coordination and the need for coordination that is there in order to achieve the climate change goals or targets, and having it in an assessment framework that is kind of comparable and consistent? So what has been your experience there, and
Well, climate change is clearly a global issue, and a global approach is needed. As something so new for all of us exists, it is very difficult to approach this issue on your own. So coming in and getting involved in these different groups is very useful in two ways. Number one, you get educated, you learn from other things. I don't know, I guess that we are all members of NGFS, and their seminars, their meetings are excellent. And what is particularly useful are also their different working groups and subgroups, and I would encourage all of you who are working on this issue to get involved, because only once you get involved in the issues and starting working with it, contributing it, you will get new ideas, and it will force you to start analyzing things for your own country. And this is something which was very useful. Of course, there are so many issues, and it is difficult to get involved in all of them. And sometimes you can contribute. For example, there is one thing that I'm very proud that we have contributed. It is the question of this kind of greening of the central banks, developing our own understanding of our own emissions. So we have a colleague who is very engaged. So he started measuring our own carbon footprint. Once you start measuring your own carbon footprint, you realize how all those data are difficult and problematic, and that whatever you go and buy and get, it is of very little value. We still did not manage to cover scope 3 emissions. It is really difficult. Of course, we could have hired consultants. They would produce us a good table. We would say, okay, this is carbon, this is scope 3. But then he raised one issue which was, I mean, he's a physicist, or actually this kind of working in construction issues, and this he was trying to set up the system. So he said, okay, you're measuring only the the use of electricity, energy, but what about all these improvements that you are putting into your building? What is the carbon footprint of all these projects? And basically nobody have calculated these things. And this is what is the most important thing. You just don't go, for example, thinking about physical risk. We are creating very nice geolocation, but it is a huge difference between different companies, different collateral, whether they are risk to physical, this kind of bad weather, or they are enhanced. Heather Gibson, she said very nicely, we need to adopt, and this is something which we as small countries, I think we need really to focus from our side even more, is this kind of adoption in terms of analysis in building this resilience. But coming back to this international fora, so we managed to contribute a little bit to raising this issue of including this kind of additional risks. We are lucky also to be a member of Eurosystem, and they have hundreds of different committees and subgroups. And virtually all of those groups have climate issues on their agenda. Not only climate issues. Now we are tackling new questions like nature-related risks. I don't personally like ESG because I think it is a little bit too broad for us as central bankers to consider all those things. But there are a lot of things on our balance sheet. There are a lot of risks that could become relevant and material in some way. So I think that climate in that area is very useful to open our understanding of different ideas.
Thank you. Anyone wants to else? I think on the panel there was we discussed a lot on stress test parts, and perhaps kind of to start with David as a kind of having developed quite some parts on the stress testing. Can you share with us a bit more on the approach you have chosen, and what about the different scenarios you are using in that?
We have already published the first stress test exercise, what we have done. It was done by us, by the central bank. So basically it's fully based on what we have ordinary stress test, statistical stress test exercise for our macroprudential financial stability policies. We just added few blocks and models to assess a climate impact. And it is basically includes both physical risk as well as transition risk, and then there are time horizons. Different is a time horizon, of course, it has like a 30-year time horizon. But then the problem is that when you stress a bank, you of course in 30 years you can't exclude the management action. So probably whatever happens in 30 years, there will be a management action mitigating it. So what we do technically, as many as central banks, is that we kind of front load that everything that impact is distributed not in 30 years, but the same amount of impact happens in 3 years. And scenario-wise, it is based off NGFS scenario, and more recently, actually, NGFS published a short-term scenario, which no more needs an front-loading, so it itself is partially included in the scenario. But in terms of impact, what we see is that our banks, at the moment, our banks, as well as banks in the region, are in a good shape, so even in stressful climate risk scenarios, they can withstand the shock itself and have enough capital buffers to even continue the lending. Of course, the big problem is that in a stress test scenario, it's a climate risk, one may say, is a kind of a separate risk from ordinary bank sector risks. So whether how you mitigate it, whether it could be a question of having additional capital buffers and so on, then the question arises whether it has an overlap, how it overlaps with other traditional risks. So probably bank sector, how to mitigate, the stress test impact is not that easy question to ask. And I think that this exercise was done by central bank, but ultimately, these risks should be measured and mitigated by the private sector. But again, the problem is that bank sector yet doesn't have enough capacity, neither enough data individually to do this exercise, because for central bank it's a luxury because we collect the data from across all banks, but commercial banks themselves can't do it. And Of course, it took 1.5 years for us, and we had like support from EIB to hire external consultant and so on. So we had this luxury, and commercial banks may not have sufficient resources. But at the end of the day, of course, our ultimate objective is that commercial sector needs to do the exercise as well as plan the mitigation. Of course, in terms of challenges always the data there, as I already spoken to you about how we collect it from banks, and we have concerns about consistency. And you rightly mentioned, you know, that banks may do their best job for new loan applications, but large part of the portfolio is already formed. And we all know the clients, you know, they provide all the data when they apply for a loan, but once a loan is taken, they don't want to hear from lender anything basically. So banks have difficulties to have any information from the existing portfolio. So that remains a challenge. I don't know about this NGFS new short-term scenarios. That's a new edition. So probably we will do a kind of update for our exercise maybe next year, and I have thinking to implement that part there.
In on
I was just curious to understand if it is the physical risk is more relevant than transition risk or vice versa in your countries?
Physical risk is in a stress test exercise, it's a physical risk.
I think it depends on your time horizon, because physical risk is constant and permanent, but transition risk will grow and grow in time with the more action for transition. So it's
perfect. So then I have another question for Matteo. I understand that you had a research analysis together with the North Macedonian Central Bank, and perhaps you can share some findings, some key findings, excerpts of that part that are relevant both for North Macedonia, but also for other countries of the region that you might think that are kind of expandable in terms of insights. That would be good.
Okay, so this was the research on how corporations are prepared in North Macedonia. We did with the Central Bank of North Macedonia. I will use my notes. I hope is not forbidden, because like at school I have a lot of numbers. So the overall results on the preparedness of corporations, so we were able to get in touch with many corporations, but overall the sample size is 300, a bit more than 300 companies across 8 industrial sectors, and this is representative of the economy. And the final goal is to have to understand the resilience of the corporate sector. So only corporate here, we're talking not about the retail. So today we were discussing a lot about our own experience with the retail on the, let's say, about climate risk. This is only for corporate. So there is some familiarity with the sustainability concept in general in a broad spectrum of companies, but overall there is the level of awareness is not sufficient enough nowadays. That's why there are all these programs in place. So when we look at the actions, like having defined sustainability objectives, formal sustainability processes, and so on, we have one block, around 26% of companies that they have in place. So that's good news. 1/3 they are developing, and around 30% they are lacking objectives, lacking processes. So I don't know how you want to see the glass half empty or half full. In my case, I always suggest that the glass can be refillable. So especially when we talk about wines, but also in this case about banking. So you always, if you see that the glass is half empty, there is a possibility to find solutions and to develop programs. And that's the case here, because compared to the other countries, there is a big chunk of companies that are developing these objectives, developing these processes, 1/3. So I guess we are in a transition phase, and the things will change very, very soon. On the governance side, the results are rather poor, because the ESG awareness at the board level is low. There is only 14% they claim they have some ESG knowledge, and only 20% they have an ESG officer. The reporting side, 60% are not preparing any formal ESG reports. And why? Normally they claim they have no enough human resources, capabilities, expertise, And some, they also say cost and data availability. So we were touching these topics. Very often they call the consultants and very often the banks. What is not really clear among the business is that there is low awareness about the financial implications of the sustainability reporting. So only 30% recognize that the banks may require this kind of reporting for financing. And this 30% is even smaller, around 50% for accommodation, for trade, for construction. So it's not clear to the companies that the banks are increasingly requiring this kind of information and reporting. So overall, just to summarize, there is an insufficient level of awareness right now, but the good news is that there is a very strong growing ESG awareness with the initial implementation in many cases. There is a low absorption of green finance, and what is very clear, I don't want to appear too much ingenieuristic here, but if there is no measurement and no awareness, normally there is no action and no investments. This is clear in our data. So when you have a formal ESG reporting, there is greater awareness, there is management, like you map emissions and you do other things, and you do investments. So the awareness is the first step that help you to invest and to also uptake green finance. Just a simple small note also on the physical risk. We see more and more countries hit by the physical risk. In Europe, overall Europe, 68% of companies, they say that they had a loss related to physical risk, and 22% they say they had a major loss. So the major loss in their balance sheet because of physical risk in some countries is like Spain, Portugal, Romania is 30% even. And transition risk also is seen as an opportunity by 27% of companies and a risk for 33%, especially in Central Eastern Europe. So all of us, more and more, we have experience of losses, but I'm quite impressed how many companies they said, I had a major loss. So it can be Valencia, can be the floods in Slovenia, but the companies are experiencing financial losses in their balance sheet.
Thank you very much for this very detailed assessment from the survey. Now, so this shows really that data is needed in order to generate, I mean, data and awareness is needed in order to generate decisions that would alter transition risk or that alters the transition. But at the same time, physical risk are, so to say, if one materialization of physical risk is catching up if in the relevance that is taking place.
More than expected, I would say.
Yes, thank you. So perhaps this is an opportunity to already open the floor to the floor, the possibility for questions. If they're not directly there, I'll give a bit more time for that. I have. Sorry.
To follow up on Matteo's presentation, and this is one thing which is quite interesting. What he said, a lot of companies are already feeling the impact of physical risk and physical damages. But banking sector so far has been quite saved. Even during this major event, banking sector stayed kind of safe. But what happened? In some cases, like in Slovenia, it was insurance sector which was the first online. So insurance took the first impact. What is the result now? It is more difficult to get insurance. I mean, we all know stories about what is happening with the US and on Florida, how you cannot get insurance against storms. In Canada, you cannot get insurance from fire. But actually, the first safety zone has already been destroyed. And even and sometimes we as regulators are confident that what is happening, it is still way ahead. But we have this kind of first level defense is now taking the blows. And what I'm concerned that in a couple of years we will not have these safeties that are in place exactly at the time when they are needed most. So one of the first seminars that was given on this kind of seminar to this ECB governors was the question of insurance protection gap. And we need to, I think, coordinate much more among different sectors to be able to understand fully the climate risk and its impact on the financial sector.
Thanks for raising this. Indeed, the risk-sharing mechanisms, we need to reflect on which ones exist, which ones should be on the private side, which ones can be in the form of public-private partnerships or other forms that need to be developed. Very, very relevant. Please, Ida.
Thank you. No, I would just like to emphasize that. So when we had the large floods in the region of Thessaly in Greece, the first that we also as a central bank are actually, we regulate the insurance companies. And the first thing that I did when, hearing this was to actually go to the director of the insurance regulation and say, how is this going to affect the insurance sector? And his answer was that, well, it's not actually going to affect the insurance sector that much because they've done a lot of reinsurance. But of course, the reinsurers have started to put up premiums, okay? So it's not that some risks, you can never really get rid of these risks. And that's why it's very important that what Stefan put up at the beginning, which was from the Financial Stability Board, it also had the insurance sector in there. And therefore, it is useful for central banks and supervisors to think about the rest of the financial sector and how we have to interact with them if we're not actually directly regulating them within the same building. We clearly have to have a dialogue with these people. Thank you.
Do you have also a question or no? No, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all. Anyone else potentially with a question? Otherwise, I would have one last one, if I may. So how do you see, Nathan, for example, to you or Ashod, how do you see the climate risk exposure of the banking system in your country so far? And what is what do you see as next step really for that assessment to improve?
Well, in the case of Moldova, we are kind of heavy dependent on agriculture. It's very important and from employment point of view, but also as a part of our GDP. So last years, and we had this discussion with banks, they were saying these extreme cases that were before, I don't know, once in 5 years, from 2020 till now, they are every year. So it's now just becoming a business as usual. We have droughts, we have floods, we have droughts and floods in different parts of the country same time. So it became more and more. We have wildfires, so it is more widespread, and the initial reaction of the banking sector was to take a step back from crediting the agriculture. And this is good from risk point of view of banking sector, but it is not good at all for economies. So, and we are asking banks to improve their capacity to understand the readiness of their clients to different kinds of of risks, because now our agriculturers also try to adapt and to go with different crops and different, I don't know, technologies like no-tilt and so on. But also, I think we have to also, government have to step up with some programs and support for insurance, insurance companies, for, I don't know, maybe covering part of risk for banking sector, and also helping the agriculturers to I don't know, go through this transition. So it's very, well, it's a hot issue in our case, pun intended. And it's, we are looking at different angles to solve it. One of them is to understand better the risks and maybe to come with some solution from the risk point of view, maybe different risk weights in weighting assets of the banks depending on the readiness for different climatic risk and so on. So there are many ways to go from now.
Perhaps Asher, you want to complement?
Yes. In our case, when we published the Risk Radar tool, as the next type of Risk Radar, we had so-called heat map, and based on our heat map analysis, we realized that almost 30 to 35% of our credit portfolio is highly vulnerable against climate shocks. And this was really very high share. And first reaction of banks, it was very interesting that banks came and asked what you suggest. We can just stop financing agricultural construction or something like this. Is this kind of the solution of the issue? But of course this was not proper solution, and what we really did, and we right now are in the process of adopting it, we created for them a methodology for individual due diligence for climate risks. I mean individual climate risks, not related to economic activity, not related to location where the business is set up. Means if your location is risky, if your activity is risky, but you still somehow maintain the main risks, you are a brilliant client for the bank. For example, the due diligence questions include, do you have your own water tank? Do you have the modern irrigation system, and so on? And based on all this cooperation with the banks, it's very important, and we are a little bit proud of it. Banks started kind of interaction process with the potential credit takers. Means if the credit taker is, let me say, bad credit taker because of high risk, the bank start to work with it to tell that, you know, if you create your own irrigation system, if you create your own water tank, we will start to consider you as a better client, and we will give you the same credit as we used to do it before, and so on. This means for this little example, this is not the punishment process, but the process of new possibilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Asher, and perfectly on time. Perhaps to kind of round it off, so we have seen kind of 5 panelists that are at very different stages of the development, but all engaged in climate change and addressing the risks from climate change. And one starts with a roadmap, a framework, or so on, and for everyone, the next steps are then on the stress test, where more methodological, more data parts are needed. And obviously this brings in certain challenges. We've seen also that kind of it's not only between banks and the private sector, but there is also kind of ramifications within the financial system. This means that physical risk that is now here and that we can measure and the impacts that we can see and experience brings new questions about risk distribution. First, between among financial institutions, between banks and insurance companies is the example, but also later on, kind of what is the social response, so to say. So should certain investment not take place, or is that the solution that is? And this is an open question. There is none, and kind of no answer from this panel here. But last but not least, we have also touched upon governance, and again, the central banks see themselves more as climate policy takers, not as climate policy makers, and hence there is a responsibility of governments to fill those shoes and move, in some cases, with the taxonomy or in other kind of in social policies for compensation. But thank you very much to all 5 of you, and with that, I close the panel.
Dear guests, please join us for a coffee break in the lobby. Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, please join us for the last conference session today. Transparency through sustainability disclosure requirements. Need, cry for interoperability. We kindly invite Mr. Danko Kalkan to give his presentation.
Does it work? Okay. So good afternoon. Thanks for staying with us. One good news is that this is the last session. Bad news, I still have to deserve my salary and speak something meaningful for 30 minutes at least, so stay strong. Can I see the presentation on the screen? So this session is, I would say, a very valuable recap of what's been talked about in the last 3 panels. Basically, I will give you an insight on the reporting universe. So basically, I can easily rebrand my presentations to no data, no party, which is let's say, the conclusion of what we see today, that without data we cannot fit the models for the risk management and also for the opportunities to assess. But a lot of interesting things has been happening in the European continent and beyond on the reporting. So I will walk you through the main stages of the development in the last couple of months, especially, but also to give what would be an approach for the non-EU countries like Northern Macedonia and other Balkan countries to embrace the sustainability reporting already from today. When we speak about non-financial reporting, the main challenge actually is that non-financial data hasn't been used for decision making in the near past up until recently. So that also leads to the conclusion that governance, risk, strategy and metrics procedures were not developed or streamlined because at least consciously the decisions were not made in the real sector, in the banking sector on the non-financial data like we hear on energy, on the water use, on social indicators especially. So basically there is the key challenge is that. So we talk about more challenges in the end and how to overcome them, but this is the crucial one. You see also a lot of logos in this slide. This is an illustrative example of how the evolution of the non-financial reporting took place in the last 5 years mostly. There were a lot of initiatives, especially with the GRI reporting 30 years ago, then recently with others, but still there is only a couple of years ago when the EU came with a very comprehensive regulatory framework, including the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive and accompanied European standards for sustainability reporting. Also IFRS, known for financial standards, also took a role in developing climate and especially climate disclosure standards. So some jurisdictions are also taking over these standards to be the national law in the countries. This was a very ambitious project from the European Union, since it took only 2 or 3 years to develop, to streamline the processes. When compared with financial reporting, people who used to work in the financial world knows that financial standards took a lot of years to be developed, to be implemented, to be further streamlined. So 20, 30, 40 years, and now we have accounting standards which are used, let's say, more globally and standardized. So I want to say that non-financial standards were a very ambitious project. Therefore, now we see a lot of, let's say, changes, and people already mentioned that there is this omnibus process which is aiming at simplification of the processes and number of data to be presented in the reports. More on that later. Before that, also to recollect the complicated ecosystem of the Green Deal and the European Plan for Financing Sustainable Growth, which took place since 2018. Up until from that point on, we had a lot of developments, and including also just to remember Green Agenda for the Western Balkans, where the countries from this region also obliged, so to say, to follow the Green Agenda of the EU and all the laws and standards to adopt in the same way, more or less, as it is in the European Union. CSRD, one of the most famous abbreviations used in the sustainability world, actually in the beginning aimed to really encompass much more companies in the scope to push them, so to say, to report on non-financial performance and to help also financial sector to manage risks and opportunities. Also, as I mentioned, it was an aim to standardize the reporting process, since it was mostly on voluntary basis in the years before. Also, integration of non-financial reporting into financial reporting. That's why this double materiality principle, which is one of the key principles of the non-financial reporting, means that you have to assess what is the financial impact of the operations of a company in short, medium, and long-term period. Also, there was and still stays the obligation in near future to audit the non-financial reports. So basically, there will be third party who will be auditing your non-financial reports of the companies and financial institutions, which gives a more credibility to the process. But this was the idea. Then a couple of months ago, especially at the end of the last year and 6 months after, it was quite some discussions in the European Union. It needless to say that they are very aware of their competitiveness challenges and issues. So it was somehow summarized in a report made by Mario Draghi. And in last September 2024. So basically, in this document, they streamlined that the policies needs to be, let's say, changed to match the needs of the industries and companies of the EU, since this sustainability and green agenda and sustainability frameworks were burdensome for the companies. They needed to invest a lot of resources, money, and efforts to produce those reports, but also to meet other sustainability regulations, which I don't have time to mention today. So that's why a couple of steps are here presented. The main thing is this report, and then omnibus package, which was agreed by the European Commission to streamline the further simplification process. This illustrative slide shows two parts of the omnibus. Actually, the second one is regarding the money, so investment and funding of the projects in the EU. But for us today, focus is on the left side. The first thing, they decided to stop the clock, so to say. So basically, the obligations for certain companies which were in the scope of the directive for non-financial reporting are now paused until simplification takes place and finishes in the best case scenario by the end of this year. The next things are related to specific changes in the directives and reporting standards. Just for those who maybe didn't have chance to go through the standards, in the initial phase, it was aimed that company, if all environmental, social, and governance topics are material to the business, they needed to report on more than 1,200 indicators. So 1,200 indicators, which everybody would agree it's quite some effort to provide. And that's so in parallel we have changes in the directive and in the standards to regulate the number of requirements. And here is the map, which is actually the timeline, which actually shows initial and proposed new changes with the focus on when if the proposal passes the EU bodies, when the next deadlines are for the companies in the EU to report. Basically, those companies from the so-called Way 1, which were also companies which were obliged in the past to report on non-financial reporting based on the previous directive, they still have to continue to report. But from 2028, they will use the new standards and simplified procedure. Large companies in the wave 2, so-called, it was initially, let's say, planned to have companies above 250 employees, and you see here the rest of the numbers for the criteria. So it would mean that almost 40,000 companies would be in the scope of the directive, which was really welcomed by the banks because data will be flowing to the banks, but it was the bad luck that it didn't fly. Initial proposal in the omnibus, you can see it on the right-hand side, is to scale up the criteria to at least 1,000 employees, and the numbers on turnover and balance sheet stays the same. We'll see that even that is not the final proposal. We'll see from the 10 days ago in the EU Parliament voted on a new proposal, and I'll show it in the next slide. To finish with this, wave 3 is actually for SMEs listed on the stock exchange. They are now, with the new proposal, completely excluded. And for us, very interesting for this region is non-EU companies. It was, let's say, anyhow projected that the companies will be obliged from 2029 for the financial year 2028. So it stays the same in the time-wise, but actually there is the gap for the turnover tripled. So from 150 million euros to 450 euros net turnover in the EU, and having a branch with 50 million euros turnover in the EU. So it will be also only few companies probably obliged to report. Currently, this is a crazy slide which shows European complex bureaucracy system. So we are now here in November. As I said a couple of days ago, they finally voted on a new proposal which says that for CSRD threshold would be 1,750 employees and 450 million turnover as let's say, criteria. So it means that a lot of companies are getting out of scope, even though less companies will be in the scope than in the previous times with the previous directive. So this is only going to say that the banks, if this by the end of the year passes through all these trilateral consultations in the EU, the banks and the financial system will be not fed by the data from official non-financial reports. So the practice will still stay probably what we heard from the panelists, that every country, every bank is actually getting by on its own to gather data from the clients, unfortunately. So that's a reality of today's simplification, or so-called simplifications, because it's very discussable how much this word can be used. As we had also here regulators and representative of the ECB, it's also worth mentioning that ECB reacted on this initial omnibus proposal a couple of months ago. So basically they invited the European Commission to keep actually medium-sized companies in the scope, and large as well, so between 500 at least to be the minimum threshold. Also to not raise thresholds for the non-EU companies because EU banks are exposed to, as we know, to these non-EU markets. And especially they invited the European Commission not to exclude climate and biodiversity things. Mr. from Croatia just mentioned one study which said that climate change actually adds 0.6% to the inflation in 2023 in the Eurozone because of the heat waves in 2022. And in the same study, they projected that by 2060, actually, this can add almost 1.8 percentage to the inflation if the climatic condition stays as today. So even we know that it will probably be worse. So let's say that 2-3% on the inflation in the next decades will be added by just heat waves and lower yields of agricultural products and food prices increase. Why biodiversity is mentioned in the ECB's call to the European Commission. Also, in one study from the ECB, there was concluded that 75% of exposures to the companies of the EU banks are exposed highly to biodiversity risks. So if company relies on at least one material from the nature, like water, minerals, or some other materials used and produced for free by the earth, they can collapse in case of, let's say, lack of these specific resources. So three quarters of the bank loans in the EU zone is highly exposed to biodiversity risks. That's why ECB is insisting not to reduce indicators which are talking about biodiversity protection. Yeah, and also there are some specific requirements to keep the credit institutions, regardless of the size, to be obliged to report. That's okay. These are maybe European problems, but we don't need to stay calm and see and to wait for solutions to come. We can create them from today on. What I forgot to mention previously is that in our countries we still have chance to learn from the lessons in the EU. The first lesson is that actually at least two regulators should work together. The first one is definitely banking regulators in imposing the climate and environmental and social risk management on the banks, but it should go in parallel with other authorities in the country which are in charge of non-financial reporting, be it the Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Economy. So basically non-financial reporting is really helpful for the banks to continue to manage environmental, climate, social risks and other relevant risks. But in the Western Balkans, in this country which we are today, the things can be also learned from other jurisdictions which used some non-financial reporting standards even days and years ago. First of all, just to say that these European standards are quite complex. They are having standardized approach and comprehensive requirements, but on the other hand, they are quite, as we see, challenging to implement. Very rigid in structure and some abbreviations to be learned, and etc., etc. And all in all, implementation requires a lot of resources. That's why it didn't fly fully in the European Union, even with probably more resources and people eager to do sustainability management. What is one thing which was actually a good outcome of the making the procedures stricter in the European Union is this voluntary sustainability reporting standard, which I highly recommend for the companies in the region to use. They are very, let's say, they are light and modular, so basically it can be used for micro and small companies for some basic indicators, and as a whole can be used all for medium-sized companies with a comprehensive model. They are very, let's say, easy to use, and probably in the latest version of the directive, which is upcoming, companies from non-EU countries will be obliged to provide data which are limited to these reporting standards if they are asked from their European counterparties in the value chain. So I would suggest that the banks are also pushing clients towards this standard because it could be the standard for non-EU countries working with EU countries. Another interesting development is this IFRS, as I mentioned. These are also standards, first set of standards with S1 standard which is related to general things, but S2 is related to climate. They are developing also now another standards related to other environmental and social topics, but they started with the financial impact of climate change. For example, these standards also could have been used already since 2024 in the jurisdictions on voluntary basis. The closest to Europe is Turkey, which adopted these standards, I think, from last year on. In Asia, these are very often implemented by the national lawmakers, and it actually provides investors, creditors with a lot of financial data on impact of the climate change. GRI reporting, which already known, some companies in the region having experience with this, and this is very comprehensive standard. Actually, the European standards were based on mostly on the GRI standards, but it was given to some people in Brussels to bureaucratize a bit and make it more complex. But this GRI reporting is quite good to sense how good impact reporting could be done. The downside of this is that this standard is that actually doesn't really push for financial impact data. So, for example, you can report on what is your consumption of water and energy, but you don't need to make, let's say, this financial impact assessment on how this climate change will impact your balance sheet, balance and profit and loss and financial statements. So basically, this is just one side showing how the company impacts on the environment, not at the same time how the environment is bringing back costs and also costs and opportunities back to the company or financial institution. So, but this is a very good start to understand what is the future of the non-financial reporting. Also, GRI is a private, let's say, endeavor. They make the sectoral standards. They developed a couple of them for most intensive sectors, but also recently they prescribed the sector standard for banking. So the public consultation just finished, and until in the upcoming months they will also publish these standards so the banks can use easily to understand what specific indicators for the banking industries to be reported on and published. Also, take a look at now many activities across the different standard providers. They are finally set together and make interoperabilities working. So basically, now within these all mentioned standards, you have actually interoperability. So if you reported on certain GRI standards and now you have to switch to European standards, then you don't need for sure to make it from scratch, but rather to map indicators and to see what's missing to upgrade it to the more complex standards and vice versa. So basically, these are they are interoperabilities, and in the end, we will end up with one standards probably in the next 5 years, like we have IFRS or GAAP standards in the accounting world. Couple of additional, let's say, just to finish with challenges and solutions. So I mentioned in the first slide already a couple of challenges here. They are summarized mainly from the point of the companies. Basically, data on non-financial performance are scattered. They are scattered throughout the organization, and there are no systematic, let's say, follow-up on the data. And as I said, there is no decision-making definitely on this kind of data. So the people are not used to collect this data. There is no enough digital and IT solutions to streamline the assessment and decisions. And changes in standards, you see, we still don't know who will be in the scope and how much they will need to report on. So basically, all of that takes and consumes a lot of time, effort, willingness of CEOs of the companies to dedicate additional resources or to pay consultants, companies like mine own, to help companies to overcome this challenge. But definitely, everybody can start. I mean, the best time to start taking into account non-financial reporting has passed already, but the next best time is today. So Let's not wait for the standards to be imposed on us. Let's work on this. But first of all, we have to understand which data we need to collect. So basically, we need to deal with data which are material to us, which we can base our financial decisions on. If we are a utility company, of course, it's a climate risk which is imposing us. But if we are a furniture company, biodiversity is more important than maybe some other topics. So focus on 5 to 10 most important topics and see where the data can be found. Improve the quality of this data, invest in coaching staff and scaling resources and capacity buildings. See what is the best way to govern these issues. So is it a committee for sustainability which is gathering every 3 months the best solution, or something like that, to see what data we need and what we do with this data in the end. And of course, as we said, there are more and more external resources, open source, some sources of data which you can buy from the vendors. Unfortunately, these are mostly covering the biggest companies. So for micro SME segment, the banks understood already that they need to be closer to these clients and to gather data by having some questionnaires or talks, interviews, which is good actually. Then you know better your client, you know better to offer the services, what kind of services they need in which moment. So the problem is that it takes really resources and skilled staff, but at least if we are aware of that, then we can also solve that as well. So that was, I think, I managed to cut a bit because of the delay in the time. So you have my contacts here, and I will be here available until tomorrow afternoon if you need anything to be discussed further. Thanks a lot.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, we invite Ms. Milica Arnaudova-Stoyanovska, Counselor to the Governor of the National Bank of the Republic of North Macedonia, to wrap up the conference.
Dear guests, as we come to the end of this insightful conference, I would like to take a moment to reflect on the key takeaways from today's discussions, and most importantly, to express our sincere gratitude to all of our esteemed speakers, panelists, and attendees for their invaluable contributions. We have had the privilege of gathering a distinguished group of central bankers, financial regulators, representatives from international financial institutions, and commercial bankers to engage in important discussions on pressing issues such as climate change, climate risks, and their implications for financial stability. We have also explored the significant challenges this issue presents, as well as the opportunities that lie ahead. Climate change, without doubt, is one of the most critical challenges of our time, with increasingly far-reaching consequences. The recognition of climate-related financial risks has prompted all relevant stakeholders, global financial standard setters, central bankers, financial regulators, to rethink regulatory frameworks, supervisory approaches, and financial stability framework. Central banks in the region and beyond are joining the global initiatives by taking proactive approach to address climate-related risks and to assess the readiness of the financial systems. By establishing green or sustainable finance roadmaps and multi-year strategies to manage these risks, central banks aim to provide clarity and predictability. The rising frequency and severity of climate impacts have increased pressure on banks to manage these risks effectively. At the same time, it is a responsibility of supervisors to ensure that climate-related risks are properly identified, measured, managed, controlled, and disclosed. This was the key message emphasized during the first panel discussion, where central bankers from the region and beyond shared valuable insights into supervisory approaches to climate-related risks. Drawing on the experience of the European Union, particularly ECB's approach, we learned that supervisors are increasingly leveraging soft regulatory mechanisms such as guidelines, recommendations, and supervisory expectations to establish clear standards for banks in managing these risks. Soft approaches combined with capacity building initiatives were highlighted as essential prerequisites for future mandatory regulations. The challenges faced by central banks in aligning with EU legislation were touched upon, especially in light of the new regulatory package entering into force in 2026, which introduces detailed requirements on ESG risk management, including the adoption of prudential transition plans. Supervisors, through thematic reviews and ongoing supervisory dialogue with banks, while applying proportionality, are closely monitoring how institutions perform relative to these supervisory expectations. In parallel, we heard how supervisors are adapting their own risk-based supervisory frameworks, including updates to the SREP to better capture these risks. Some supervisors have already conducted or even signaled their intention to conduct targeted on-site examinations in the near future. In the second panel, we benefited from the insightful discussions of commercial bankers who shared their experience and their practices in coping with climate-related risks. We have heard how they are adapting their business models, their strategies, risk management practices, the steps they are taking from the integration of ESG considerations in their operations to the development of new products and innovative solutions that align with the climate transition. Acting at the forefront of addressing the challenges and by adjusting their business strategies and enhancing risk management practices, they play a crucial role in shaping a sustainable carbon-neutral future. Moving to a broader perspective, the third panel shed light on the central bank's approach to climate risk assessment. Panelists emphasize the climate scenarios as a core input into assessing the macro-financial impact from the climate change using different potential pathways, and the climate stress test as a powerful tool to quantifying the exposure of financial institutions to climate risks. Panelists shared their climate risk assessment approaches and highlighted the distinct nature of climate risk that poses different challenges in comparison to traditional risks, such as scarcity of data, methodological constraints, and certainty. In this regard, we benefited from the ECB's presentation on its approach to climate-related financial stability risks and key findings from its 2025 stress testing. Using assumptions from the NGFS scenario, the 2025 macroprudential stress testing, building on the result of the EU-wide bottom-up stress test, indicates an increase in banks' projected credit risk losses of around 70 basis points, mostly driven by exposures to energy-intensive sectors. Data challenges were a prominent topic across all sessions. The lack of relevant data can make it difficult for banks to manage climate-related risks, but also can hinder micro and macroprudential supervision. Banks need to comply with increasingly elaborate disclosure requirements, the usefulness of which depends on the quality of underlying data, mainly originated from the bank's customer activities. On the other hand, banks' customers, mainly small and medium-sized enterprises and micro-enterprises, do not generally collect certain relevant information, and awareness of what might be needed and the risk they may be facing is often limited. In this regard, we had the privilege to listen to the main findings from the recently conducted comprehensive market assessment on corporate sustainability practices and climate risk management within the corporate sector in our country. This study was conducted within EIB Technical Assistance Program Greening Financial Systems. Balancing the granularity of data with usability is a key postulate that should be followed when establishing comprehensive disclosure framework on climate-related risks and broader on sustainability. As support for the ongoing European initiatives aimed at streamlining and simplifying sustainability reporting and due diligence requirements was highlighted during today's discussions. At the same time, the need for a balanced approach was underscored in order to ensure that disclosures remain sufficiently robust for financial institutions and policymakers to properly assess risks stemming from climate-related factors. During the final session, we had the opportunity to hear about the latest development in sustainability disclosure frameworks and most recent initiatives within the European Union. Moreover, suggestions to the Western Balkans approach to this issue were provided, highlighting possible ways to overcome the challenges and emphasizing the critical importance of the standardization in disclosures and sustainability reporting. In closing, I would like to emphasize that addressing climate change is a collective responsibility. Collaboration is the key to achieving a positive impact and making tangible progress in managing climate risks and safeguarding financial stability. While there is no universal solution, I truly believe that shared knowledge and insights gained today will serve as a solid foundation for meaningful action tomorrow. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to everyone who contributed to the success of today's event. I'm wishing you safe travels back home and hope to see you all at our future events. Thank you.